45. Easy rider. My head's likes it, well, fucked. Basically, 'cause I got out on the Lou Reed and took a few jellies to come down. So I wasn't thinking right when Chizzy the Beast phoned. Never thought much of the cat. A bad gadge, really, but he sort of latched onto us in jail. Didn't ken he was out. Thing was, I was desperate for company, and Chizzy had the name of this horse, which was a tip that came from a mate called Marcel. We never gies out the loser. So Benny at Slateford takes the bet, and we go back to the cabin cruiser to watch your boy, the 81 outsider, snow black, romp home at Haydock in the 245. I couldn't believe it, man. Right for it off, our boy makes the running. By the halfway stage, he's way out on his own. A couple of other GGs narrow it a bit over the last furlong, but our boy's cruising, pure cruising. In fact, it's the most one-sided race I've ever seen. No that we're moaning or out. Like, we're very far from complaining. We're going, yes! And we're in a big hug under the telly and the bar, and I suddenly freeze for a second, thinking about who else has been in the arms and how they must have felt. I pulls away, making an excuse that I'm going to hit the bar and get in more drinks to celebrate. In my pocket, as I'm digging out the notes, I find some of the jellies. When we get back into the cream cookies, Benny's face is tripping him. Hot tip, he grumbles. Too true, cat boy, I smile. Got to keep your eyes and ears open, eh? Chizzy grins. Lucky the draw, Chavy. Win some, lose some. And it's the best feeling ever, man. 'Cause I'm on 4 fucking grand, man. And Chizzy's on 8.5. 4 grand. I'm going to take Ali and Andy on holiday. Disneyland, Gay Paris. Nice one, Marcel. And aye, nice one, Chizzy, for sharing it with us, it has to be said. We go back to the boozer and down a few beers to celebrate, and we decide to hit the tune. I want to dump the Chisholm felly as soon as, but the gadge has done alright by us, and I owe him, so seems right to tag along for a bit. We're waiting on a taxi, or a bus even, but now it's doing. Scottish man, just totally Scottish Football Association in the passenger carrying motorised road vehicle stakes. Chizzy then disappears into the car park of S&N Breweries. I thought he was just going to take a slash, but after a bit a blue Sierra pulls up, and who should be at the wheel but the cat beast known as Gary Chisholm. Your carriage awaits, Chavy, Chizzy says, gold tooth glinting like a tiger's fang. Eh, aye, I go, climbing in. And I suppose, man, they politician cats say it's a classless society, so it doesn't really matter whose motor you take. Everything fits everybody, ken? Got to get into town, get a lass shown for the witching hour, you cunt, he goes. And he breaks into this weird high laugh, which could just sort of tear strips of flesh off of you. We leave the motor in Johnson Terrace and bounce round to the Mile and hit upstairs at Deacon's. Nod to a few faces we have just come for the court. After a bit the beer's gone for us, I just can't take it much now. I was merry and other drugs, cat. Chizzy starts talking about old acquaintances, jail boys, widows and the like. It's not the kind of conversation I like, man, 'cause it's always like the damaged cats he minds, eh? I goes to the lavvy and I'm thinking about this money in my pocket, man. That with this money I could pure get a lassie, and for some reason I buy a packet of spunk bags for the machine and pocket them. I feel the jellies burning a hole in their trousers, man. They're getting necked soon. When I gets back out, I sees that Chizzy's thinking along the same lines as me, and that makes us nervous. Gunting on a fucking shag, eh? He tells us. Then he explains. This is a good time for the fanny. Between 4 and 6. You get they fucked up slags that have been on the piss all afternoon and dinna ken where they are. Well, Chizzy's on the prowl. And right now, you dinna have to look very far. There's this lassie with red hair in the bar. Her white leggings are all stretched and baggy like the elasticity's gone, and they seem to have what looks like a lump of shite in them. She's just totally pissed, man. Like you wouldn't go near her, but fuck, Chizzy's straight out. He buys her a drink, says something, and she comes over to sit with us. "Alright, pal?" she asks us. "I'm Kaz," she says. Fucking hell, this lassie's sort of like a near Jakey. She's laughing loudly and she pulls her face close up to mine and her hand rests briefly on my balls, then settles into a grip on my thigh. This big red face, all bloated and flushed with alcohol, is right next to mine and her teeth are all yellow and rotten. Mind you, my teeth are shite and thinking about it, my face is probably like hers with a drink, 'cause Chizzy's getting that Belisha beaten way and all. I didn't get a red kip when I drink, but 'cause with me it just sort of drains out all the colour and I go pure white. She's made a bit of an effort 'cause she's got loads of eyeliner and lippy on and she's asking us what star signs we are and all that kind of bird stuff. But she's minging, man. She really has shat herself. Well, I'm pretty bleary-eyed because no, I'm no much of an alcohol cat these days. That heavy, sludgy beer, man. Jizzy's taking control and ushering us out of the pub and we're back up to Johnson Terrace and into the nicked car again. Jizzy nearly reverses back into this parked motor but sorts it out and we're driving down the cobblestones to Holyrood Park as darkness starts to fall. This lassie's sort of well dodgy likes. She's been swearing for the USSR and now she's exposing her ginger pubes and climbing over us for the back into the front seat, sort of sliding between us. Chizzy curses 'cause she's on the gear stick and he can't get in with it to make a racket for a bit gone downhill. "Look at this then, you cunts! We wants their fucking holding!" she roars at us. I mean, I've no had it off the alley in yonks, but you need to be naughty to go near this bird. Chizzy laughs and nearly crashes the motor into the big black gates of Holyrood Park, but he swears in time and we're in. He pulls up and we get out into the park. I looks around at the big hilly Arthur's Seat. There's loads of building work going on behind us, some sort of government gig for the voting of the Parliament and all that, like say. It's got a wee bit nippy with the sun gone down. "Where are we going?" she slurs once in a while as we follow Chizzy round to the back of the site. We get behind this big fence away from the road and facing the hill. There's nobody round, though you can hear over the wall that there's still builders working overtime, but they can't see us. "Finding somewhere cool to party, eh?" Chizzy winks. It's getting a bit dark now. I finds a jelly in my pocket and neck it. Pure through nerves, man, pure through nerves. "It's time you got the fucking message now, hen." Chizzy laughs, and the lads just unzips his flies and pulls it out, like, say, his cock, fat, rubbery thing. Other gadgets' cocks look pure ugly, man. "Hey you, come on," he says to this lassie with real menace in his voice. "Get them round that." The Raj lassie sort of looks a bit puzzled. It's like she's realising for the first time what it's all about. And then she shrugs all hard and gets on her knees and starts sucking on Chizzy's dick. Chizzy just stands and looks bored. After a minute or so he's going, "Fucking rubbish! Didn't even ken how to do it," he says. Then he looks over at me with a grin and goes, "I'm going to have to teach this daft slag how to suck cock here, Spud." He stops and grabs her hair and pulls her over to the taped up piles of bricks. "Alright, I'm fucking coming," she screams, hitting his wrist. He's right out of order here. "Chill out, Chizzy, fuck's sake," I shout. But the jelly's kicking in and my voice just sort of trails away. "Shut your fucking mouth," Chizzy snaps at her, ignoring me, and she looks all that petulant way back at him. He forces her back to her knees by the side of the bricks. "Stand up on that, Spud," he says. I'm pretty wasted now, so I just climbs up onto the bricks. "Right," Chizzy goes, "get your fucking knob out." Right, get to fuck. I slur as the dynamic earth dome pure sort of shifts for the side of my vision. Then I starts laughing my head off. "Ah, you fucking crapping bastard!" the Raj lassie shouts at us, and her face is all nasty, man. Like it was me that was pulling her hair, and I never did nout. "No, it's no like say that," I goes. I'm just trying to be pals, like say." Chizzy's laughing and shouting, "Go on, you cunt, I'm just trying to fucking well prove a point to this fucking hangout here." The lassie's sort of lost it, and I'm losing it. "Raymond says to me you'll be able to get the bairn back," the lassie mumbles, drunk in a world of her own, like me. "Moan you cunt," Chizzy goes, as I look at his weird face and start sniggering like a daft wee laddie as he sort of unzips us and takes my dick out. I can't feel a thing, but Chizzy's got a hold of my knob. "Chizzy?" He looks down at this lassie. "See birds and blowjobs," he says back at us. "Never met one who could do it right." Then he's back to her. "You fucking well pay attention here, because this is the best fucking education you'll ever get," he goes, and turns to me again. "That's fucking birds for you. It's like you always think birds can cook 'cause of your ma, but while they're alright with simple food, you never let them near anything that needs imagination or subtlety. How's it all the best chefs are gadgets, like on the telly and that? Same with blowjobs. Most of them just cram it into their mouths and suck, going up and down in it like they're trying to make a fanny out of their mouth. When I was on the Beast's Wing, a boy showed us how it was done. First you run your tongue the length of the cock," and he grabs my cock and starts licking it. "Doesn't it take you long in Spud's case?" Dynamic Earth. It's supposed to be Barry in there. "Cheeky bastard," I gasp, as his cold tongue traces lightly along my pure sensitive penile skin. Chizzy's sounding like a Blue Peter presenter or Fanny Craddock or something. Place is spinning and it's getting dark. "Do it, slag," Chizzy hisses. And I think that he means me for a bit, but it's the bird. And she started following his lead, taking the end of his coke into her mouth. Better, he goes. "Then you have to flick at the head. Get nice and firm here, chavvy." I wasn't all, but I felt now, just now. And I hear Chizzy and I'm thinking about that boy that won the Oscar, when he goes, "I'm the king of the world." All 'cause he'd made this film for the pictures that was sort of a bit long, I thought. 'Cause I saw it last summer and that, and I think he's sick boy. And I bet you he does that kind of thing, and his mirror goes like, "I'm the king of the world." And Chizzy's going, "Then you start taking it in your mouth, gently, does it? It needs fucking subtlety, it's no a fucking contest to see how much you can cram into your mouth. Keep the tongue working. Lull it around the length of the cock. Better. Oh, fuck, Chizzy, man." I gasped, my stomach feeling weak, looking at Chizzy's nasty face around my cock. And if ever there's a face that you didn't want on your cock, ever, it's that yin. And I sort of realised for the first time what's going on here. And I pull out. His eyes glare, and he looks at us, then down at the Jakey lassie while he's still sucking on his cock. "See that?" he says, all victoriously. "Had the cunt going there." It was just that I was falling off the bricks. The bricks, I tell him. But now I'm looking at everything through a sort of thin, watery porridge as Chizzy grabs her head violently. Now it's time to increase the pace. Now it's time to suck, you fucking whore. And he's fucking violently at her mouth, fucking her head, forcing it right down into her throat and doing a ranting race commentary. And it's Chizzy in the final furlong. He's given a fucking slag a good seeing, and it's Chizzy. Whoa! He has her ginger mane in a vice-like grip, thrusting his groin into her face. Then he withdraws, leaving her gagging on his spunk and choking, coughing and wiping her mouth. He nods over to her. Congratulations. You've just graduated for the Chizzy School of Sex. That wasn't right, man. No. So I sort of stagger forward and I'm down on my knees beside this lassie. It's okay, likes, I say, comforting her. And it's like we both sort of needed that, man. The two of us, ken. And she suddenly says, the both of yous, then, the both of yous, you bastards. And she sort of starts mashing at my groin and I'm not getting hard. So I start kissing her on the mouth and I'm going, alright. And I've got her leggings and pants off. I pull at them to shake loose that dry lumpy shite, sort of like a brown golf ball. And then I finger her fanny and I'm getting hard. I'm struggling a bit to get the flunky out the packet and on my cock, but I huff to. There's sticky, vile-smelling globules of sort of congealed fanny goo dripping fair, ken. And my knob goes in easy. I can hear him, the chizzy cat, mocking and sneering while all this is going on. And she's sort of growling back at him and I feel as if I'm not really there. I'm sort of riding her for a bit, but it's crap. It's not like I thought it would be. And how I'm such a mug even to think it would be like it was with Ali. And I'm angry, man. I'm angry at myself and she's screaming, sort of mocking, going, come on you fucking harder. Is that all you fucking well got? And I keep thrusting till I blow my muck inside of the bag I'm wrapped around. I rolls off and tries to pull my brakes up with the flunky still in my cog. Now Chizzy's doing it and he grabs her and pushes her onto her front and hacks up some phlegm for his throat and she's going, what the fuck? But he's soaking down some snot down for the back of his nose, mixing up, swirling a cocktail in his mouth. Then he drops it onto her shite encrusted arsehole. Chizzy's positive. In the sort of medical sense of the word, but just in that scenario, likes he, because in sort of real life this is one negative gadge, ken, so he doesn't bother with a spunk bag. I'm sort of assuming that he kens or thinks she might be and all, but he's probably just no bothered because he's fucking her hard up the arse. You're not meant to do it that way. You're meant to start off slow. Not that me and Ali do that or anything now. But she's just groaning and greeting soft tears, looking like a bloated beached whale or seal that just can't struggle into the water. When he finishes, he gets over and wipes his shite-covered cock on a clean part of her white leggings. She rolls round, her face all red and snotters are running out of her nose, and she shouts, "You fucking bastard!" And she pulls the leggings on. "Shut the fuck up!" Chizzy snaps, punching her right in the face. It makes a snapping sound and I just go all tense and paralysed, even with the jellies and the drink, like it was me that was hit. Then she lets out this high squeal as he gives her a boot that nearly knocks her tit inside out. I find my voice at that, cause that's like fucked, man. "Hey, come on to fuck, Chizzy," I say. "That's out of order." "I'll tell you what's fucking out of order, Chavy," he says, pointing down at her as she sits sobbing quietly, massaging her tit. "Dirty slags that need a fucking wash. Well, here's a fucking wash for you." Then he just starts pissing in her hair like the dirty old stale lager urine, man. And she doesn't move or nout like that. Just sits there greeting. She looks that pathetic, man. So wretched, like no human being. And I'm sort of thinking, is that like how people see me? When I'm like really fucked up in that? This solitary jogger, all in whites, runs past us, looks, then turns quickly away without breaking his stride. I can hear the boys for the building site shouting at each other. Chizzy's a nasty cat, alright. Everybody kens that. Anyone would do what he did. But Chizzy's done his time for that. Paid his debt to society and all that. What do they see when they look at me being with him, but... And it hits us, man. It hits us that I'm a nasty bastard and all. But it's sort of like I don't have the kind of Malevolence, man. The malevolence to be sort of contrived about it. Like most people in this world, my nastiness is like a kind of passive nastiness. A sort of nastiness by omission, by no doing anything, because I didn't really care about anyone strongly enough to sort of intervene, except the people I really ken. Why can I not care for everybody like I care for the people I ken? Chizzy, well, he's a dangerous raj to pull about with, but he was a mate in a jail and phoned us up with a tip, and that has to like say count for something. 'Cause I'm taking Andy and Ali to Disneyland and everything will be just hunky-dory again, and it's really all 'cause of Chizzy. We head off, me and Chizzy, crossing the park at the Abbey Hill exit to hit another pub. We're leaving the daft lassie to our misery and sort of degradation. And I look back at her, 'cause she's where I'm going, man. I ken that. Once Sally Chuck says, that's it, end of. And she already has, really, so maybe it is. But no, 'cause I've got money and I'm getting back proper with her, and I've got the Leaf book and we're going to Disneyland, man. We're staggering around for a bit and we gets in this pub. I sort of tells Chizzy that he was out of order, and he turns to us and says, "Dinna have any sympathy with they cunts. That's your problem, Spud. You're too nice to cunts. Cunts like you think that if every cunt likes all they fucking refugees and that, then everything pans out alright, but it doesn't work that way. Ken how, Chavy?" His face is inches from mine, but I can still barely focus on it. Ken how? 'Cause they take the fucking pish. That's how. Mark my fucking words. I'm half cut, out of my box, and there's a wad in my pocket, but there's something in Chizzy's face that annoys us. It's not really anything to do with what he's been saying or what he's done to that woman or naught like that. I sort of work it out, and it's the way he kind of raises his eyebrows and stares at you, then throws his head back. I ken that I'm going to punch the cat a good couple of minutes before I do. That couple of minutes is spent winding him up so as that both him and I sort of ken what's coming. Then I pure swing at him. And I think I've missed 'cause I felt nout in my hand or arm, but I see blood coming for his nose and hear shouts around the bar. Chizzy spit his hands over his face after my blow, then he's up on his feet and he's picked up the glass and the beer spills. I'm up and awe and he's swung at us and missed, and the barman's shouting at us. Chizzy's dropped the glass but he's screaming, "Outside!" And I'm heading out, but I stop and think, I'm not going out with Chizzy, no way, man. So I stop at the door and let him go out first, and when he's out, I shut the pub door behind him and snib it locked. Chizzy's trying to kick it in, to get back into us, but the two barmen are over and they're opening the door and shouting at him to get the fuck away. Chizzy tries to get in, but the boy grabs him, so Chizzy punches the cat. The boy and Chizzy are swedging, and the other boy grabs me and throws me out. Now it's sort of Chizzy and me against the boys for a pub, which is sort of easy for the pub gadgets because I'm drunk and jellied and Chizzy's drunk, and besides I can't really fight. So we take a bit of a doing, and then they go back in, leaving us all battered and groaning in the street. We're walking apart from each other, shouting and cursing one another up the road, and then we sort of make up and try to carry on drinking. We didn't get served in any pubs, but except in this real rat hole where they let any raj in, no matter how pissed and battered and blooded they are, and after a bit I sort of black out, and when I wake up I realise that I've lost Chizzy. I get up, go to the door, and I'm in Abbey Hill somewhere, and I can't do naught but press on. "Alison! Alison!" I hear a shout as wee bairns playing in the street of the Abbey Hill colonies look at us all wary like, and I slip and fall down a few steps and haul myself up on the banister. The shout goes up again, and I realise for the first time that it's coming for me. I stagger down into Rossie Place, passing the big red tenements on the white Easter Road, and I'm still shouting. It's like I've got two brains, one stinking, the other shouting. Two lassies in Hibs tops pass by, and one goes, "Shut up, you raj. I'm going to Disneyland." I tell them, "I think you're already there, pal." One of them says back,
46. Scam number 18,747. Nikki is a goddess. I've been watching her. She knows how to play people, how to make them feel special. For example, she doesn't ask if you fancy a fag. She says, "Would you like to smoke a cigarette with me?" Or, "Shall we drink some wine together?" And it's always red. Never white wine. That marks out a class burb from a bad Manchester perm from Fife or Essex with her white wine farts. "Shall I make some tea for us both?" Or, "I'd really like to listen to some Beatles with you. Norwegian Wood? That would be great." Or, "Why don't we choose some new clothes?" In our financing scam, she's doing better than me, and I'm just starting to worry about my lack of progress. At least the filming's going better, although I had the dubious honour of shooting Mikey Forrester getting a blowjob from Wanda in the lifts at Martello Court last night. Brian Cullen, an old mate from Leith, is doing the security for Edinburgh's biggest tower. Martello Court, that is, not Mikey's skinny cock. Still, that's a brother number 4 satisfied. The scam's been worrying me, but thankfully my prayers are answered, as Skreel comes through on the blower. "All right there, my man," he says as I stifle a sneeze to avoid expelling the big line of posh I've just snorted back. These days most of the shit seems to settle in my cavities and sinuses. When I blow my beak, I get more in my hanky than my lungs. It makes me want to wash up my snot. My nose is fucked. I need the pipe. "Skreel, I was just thinking about you, my old mucker. Just saying to this pally mine. Skreel, my mate through in Glasgow, he's the boy. Never lets me down. Any news then, bud, eh?" "What the fuck are you on, sick boy?" "Is it totally obvious?" I snigger. "That's ching for you. I'm in league with Satan on a fucked up, slow and expensive trip to hell." "Isn't he off? Anyway, the lassie you want is called Shirley Duncan. She's a fat wee bird. Stays with her ma down in Govan Hill. Nae boyfriends. Shy type. Her and her pals usually drink in the All Bar One on a Friday after work. She'll be there the night." What a human being that Glaswegian is. "I'll meet you in Sammy Dow's at 6. Done and dusted, big man?" I'm clad in Armani jacket and slacks, with the lambswool Ronald Mortson sweater underneath. My shoes are Gucci. Unfortunately, I can't find a decent pair of socks in my drawer, so I'm forced to put on Adidas white sports efforts with a sick toweling effect. I have to get rid of them and find a sock shop up the Waverley before I buy them on the train, or I'm fucked. I buy a pair of navy thin efforts and think about keeping the Adidas for Skreel, but he might take it the wrong way. Just before boarding the train, I'm checking the messages on my mobile. Renton tells me he's back in Scotland. This cunt is well paranoid, all right. Won't even tell me where he's staying, presumably in case I spill the beans to one of Francois's associates. I'll find out soon enough. I call Malmaison in Glasgow, thinking that if I book into somewhere expensive, it'll make me doubly determined to pull. Off the train and into Sammy's, and Skreel's standing at the bar. I realise that it's been about 4 years. I try not to wince when he intros me as sick boy to another couple of Ouija tinkers present. "Sick boy here's an Edinburgh man," Skreel laughs. "A wee bit of contradiction that, but there you go." Ouijas. If you take away their knives and teach them personal hygiene, they'd make excellent pets. Skreel's in the chair though, and he's done the business, so I'm perfectly prepared to snack on humble pie right now, and let him go through the wind-ups in anticipation of the big meal to follow. "Anyway, where's this wee bird?" I drop my voice and start singing, like a cartoon I saw once. I think it was Catnip out of Herman and Catnip. "I'm in the mood for love." "I didn't even want to know about the scam you're trying to pull here, you bastard." Skreel smiles, which means he most certainly does want to know. The envelope I thrust into his pocket silences him. "One day I'll tell you, but no quite yet," I say with a starkly cold finality. We exit, and head across George Square through the dull drizzle into Merchant City, as the Ouija's hilariously call this tarted-up part of their doss. A Polishman stops a Jakey for drinking and tells him to put his can away. What bullshit. If Glasgow is serious about operating a zero-tolerance of Jakeys scheme, they might as well just put the entire city population on cattle trucks and transport them all up to the Highlands. I tell Screwel this, and he tells me that he'd stab me if I wasn't his mate. I tell him I expected nothing less. It's your classic all bar one. Could be anywhere. And the lack of character in such places seemed to suck any out of its customers. It's an IKEA showroom where people go to get drunk with colleagues when their office is shut down, and hopefully find someone who's pissed or desperate enough to take them home and fuck them. I spy a sea of bad Manchester perms, more than you'd get in the Arndale Centre on a Saturday. We get up to the bar and Screwel points out Shirley Duncan to me, leaving me with a jaunty, "Good luck." Well, hello, baby. I would have guessed that she was the one straight away. She's there with two other lassies, one of whom is all right, the other's a bit of a hound. But my lassie in question, my Shirley, is more than a few pounds overweight. One thing I agree with Renton on is the repulsiveness of fat. You can't put a decent spin on it. It's a socially strangulating deformity which hints at greed and lack of self-control, and let's face it, mental illness. In a woman, that is. In a man, it can show a bit of character and a joie de vivre. I'd say she's late teens or early 20s. That's another thing about fat. The more of it, the less age becomes of any import, and is dressed by a domineering mother. That 1950s retard's dress of cheap material picked up on the market looks awfully nice on you, hen. I stand at the bar nursing a JD and Coke and wait for our friend, the hound, to come over. I flash her a smile, and she reciprocates, sweeping the fringe from her eyes, her expression plastic coy. But this starlet is fooling nobody that she's not desperate for the real column inches that count in the audition to the next stage of this great I'm alive, honest game we must all now play. Is it always so busy through here early on a Friday? I ask her, as Sting sings about being an Englishman in New York. Oh, aye, that's Glasgow, she says. So where are you from? Oh, this is such easy work. If only it was instead of fat girl dross over here. Just Edinburgh, though, on business, but I thought I'd grab a drink before heading back. You just finished work? Aye, just a while ago. I introduce myself to this lassie, who's called Estelle. She offers to buy me a drink. I insist upon buying her one. She tells me she's got friends, so being a proper Edinburgh gentleman, I buy the round. The lassie's impressed, and ain't it just obvious why? Is that a Ronald Mortison jersey? She asks, feeling the wool quality. I just smile in ambiguous affirmation. I thought it was. She gives me that couthy, evaluating look that you never really see in Edinburgh or London women unless they're twice her age. I'm a leather in soap dodger land. Ho! As I get over with the drinks, I ascertain that they're all quite pished, even Shirley Duncan. Estelle looks at me and turns to Marilyn, the other lassie present. She's in the mood to snare a bear, she giggles, coughing out some of her drink. Did I go down the wrong hole? I smile, catching Shirley Duncan's eyes, and getting a traumatised look back. She's certainly the ugly sister of the three. Funny, it usually goes up the wrong hole we her. Marilyn laughs, and Estelle nudges her. I tried to curb my natural instinct to fire into that Marilyn, and even Estelle would do in an emergency. But this is business. Shirley looks embarrassed. Yes, she's definitely the odd one out in this company. What sort of work are you in, Simon? She asks timidly. Oh, PR. Advertising mainly. I moved back up to Edinburgh from London recently to set up some projects here. What sort of clients do you work with? Film, television, that sort of thing, I say. I keep chewing the shit and more drinks come over, and I see their three faces with the blotches on them getting bigger and redder as the alcohol rapidly fires through the system, flashing them like beacons as the hormones shoot all over the place. Aye, it's like a Vegas sign which says, "Cock, please!" And I just know that fucking Estelle, I could have her singing on her back for our supper in 6 months' time down in King's Cross if I gave her the full treatment. Oh, aye. There's some chickies you just smell damage off of. Some you know that bad daddy or stepdaddy's left some psychic scar tissues that just can't be healed, and that while it might be dormant, like a social eczema for a while, It's just waiting to erupt. It's just there in the eyes, that blighted, wounded aspect, manifesting itself in the need to give a destructive love to an evil force, and to keep giving it until it consumes them. Chicks like that, their whole life is underscored by abuse. And make no mistake, they have been programmed to hunt their next abuser down just as relentlessly as a predator seeks them. The night sprawls up to Clatty's, and I'm peeling away from Estelle and Marilyn all over Shirley Duncan, to their complete shock and to hers. She's fat and fresh, and I feel like a stoat and a social worker combined, and soon we're kissing and heading out and up towards Malmaison. She's saying, "I've only done this once before." As we get into the bed, I grip my teeth and think of the scam. I'm as hard as fuck, and my hands are all over her heavy breasts, up and down those flabby thighs and across that lunar landscape of an arse. No sooner am I in than she's off. For control purposes, I opt not to shoot into the rubber, but give a false grunt and let my body hold a rigid stretch with a spazzy pelvic thrust to simulate ejaculation. I consider that this is the first time I've ever faked an orgasm. It felt quite satisfying. When the morning light spills, and the extent of my sacrifice becomes apparent, causing me to feel nauseous, then she gets out of bed saying, "I've got to go. I'm working this morning." "What?" I ask, a bit concerned. "Do you work when Rangers aren't at home?" "Oh no, I don't work at Ibrox. I finished there last week. My new job's in a travel agent's." "You don't?" "That was so lovely last night, Simon. I'll call you. I have to hurry." And she's out the door, and I'm lying there, raped by a fat minger, thanks to that cunt Screel's incompetence. I have the hotel breakfast and head self-loathingly towards Queen Street, calling Screel on his mobile. He's protesting innocent, but that soapy cunt set me up, I know it. "I didn't know, big man. Never mind. Hang out with her, and she'll be able to tell you if anybody else works there." I click the phone off, hoping Nicky's doing better than me.
47. The ubiquitous chip. I'm sore and tired. Mel and I had to do the boxing ring scene with Craig. At least I didn't have to fuck him afterwards. The script had been changed. That was the first thing that we noticed as we met up down at a boxing club in Leith on a cold morning. Rab was setting up the camera and he came across to me. "You shouldn't do this. It wasn't in our script." I don't respond to him, but I do approach Simon. "What's this in aid of?" Jimmy pulls out an 18-inch dildo which has a penis head at each end. It has ruled measurements down its length. "Aye," he says as he gestures Mel over. "I felt we needed more tension between the girls before the big lesbo love scene. It was all too soft, too sisterly, too cosy. I felt it'd work best if there was an edge to the characters. They both want exclusive rights on Tam's cock, see?" I look at Mel and she strokes my arm. "It'll be all right." But it's not an easy scene to do. Melanie and I are on all fours in the boxing ring, and the dildo is between us, up us. We have to force back into each other. The one with most of the dildo enclosed when our arse cheeks touch is the winner and gets fucked by Craig. Worse is the way Simon set this up. He's brought in people to cheer, from the pub where they watch Terry's old stag films. It feels different. For the first time since I started this, I feel as if I'm being used. I feel dehumanized, like an object as those ugly men from the pub surround the ring, their faces contorted as they bay and scream. At one point I feel the tears rolling down my face. Simon's encouragement, "Come on, Nicky, come on, baby, you're the best, so sexy," is fucking irritating me, making me feel worse. I feel myself drying out and tensing up. I pray for him to just shut up. Whatever he says, I keep hearing other words in his head. In Britain we like to see people getting fucked. After countless retakes, Mel and I collapse into each other's arms. I feel sore, raw, and diminished. "Take a break, girls. We have enough hot stuff for the edit," Simon says. Mel, as the winner, goes through her performance with Craig. Simon puts his arm on my shoulder. It feels like slime. Don't touch me, I tell him, brushing it off. When Mel's done, the two of us head off together to the Botanic Gardens, where we skin up and watch men of all ages pass us by, trying to decide whether they watch pornography or not. Then we play Wise or Boxer Shorts, Horse or Hamster Hung, trying to judge the quality inside the underpants. And we become louder and stoned, more mocking and abrasive, and gaining a displaced measure of revenge. Thus we heal ourselves. Simon calls round at the flat later. You did really well, Nicky. That was such a demanding scene. It hurt me, I tell him tersely. It was sore. Simon looks at me like he's going to burst into tears himself. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like that. It was that mob that came along, those cunts from Terry's stag club. I collapse into his arms. You did so well, Nicky. But I'll never put you through something like that again. Promise? I ask, looking up at him, loving the feeling of arms round me, feeling so small now. Promise, he says. Anyway, I tell him, I suppose that's brother number 5 satisfied. What about the other thing? Simon asks, and I explain that it's all in hand. Because I knew that he would call. After work he took me out for a meal in a place called the Ubiquitous Chip. I insisted it was there as I liked the sound of it. Simon, Terry and the others in Edinburgh seemed contemptuous of Glasgow and its inhabitants, but I'd been through here a couple of times clubbing with some people from the university, and, as a neutral, I find it more atmospheric, friendly and vital than Edinburgh. The Chip was our second date. On our first, in O'Neill's, I chatted him up easily and asked him if he felt like moving on somewhere else. We went to a smaller, quieter pub, and he seemed quite smitten. At the end of the evening the poor bastard was walking on air as he accompanied me back to Queen Street to the last train. Allowing him to snog me on the platform, I could feel his erection poking against me. I was far too much of a lady to mention it. I got on the train and waved him goodbye as ceremoniously as I could manage. As I watched his figure recede, I started to imagine him slimmed down with more stylish frames or even contacts, and thought, no. So our next date is at the Chip, where I make my pitch. Simon says to me that I should play it cool, but he doesn't know how besotted this Alan is. All I want is a printout of all the customers in your branch, Alan. They won't know it came from me. I want to sell it to a marketing company, plus the account numbers. I'll see what I can do. I go to the toilet and call Simon on my mobile and tell him the good news. No, Nicky, act coy, anticipate his objections. But he's mad for me, he's up for it. He might be up for it right now, but to pull that off you would have to be by his side all the time, 24/7. Are you game for that? No, but it's all fine now. But when he's lying alone in his bed after having wanked himself silly about you, and the bitterness and self-loathing kicks in, he'll start getting doubts. Simon might not know human nature extensively, but he certainly understands the frailer side of it. It made sense. But who could fail to do what their wank fantasy bids? Which man could short-circuit that? But Simon was correct. Alan was having second thoughts already. When I was present it was fine, but left alone he seemed to come to his senses quickly. When I came back he told me that he could get the names and addresses, but the account numbers, that could get him into big trouble. Why did I want the account numbers for marketing? What could I say? I want to sell them to a hacker who can get into the system and clean the accounts out. No, I couldn't. I am joking. I laugh at him. He looks nervously at me, then laughs back. I don't know any authorization code or signature. It just saves the company time on their D-base. Like if they can scan in as many details of future customers as soon as possible, that's all. I pick up a chip from my bowl. Lovely chips, I tell him, comforted in the knowledge that the chips here are very good.
48. Whores of Amsterdam, Part 5. Edinburgh's like I remember it. Cold and wet, even though we're supposedly out of winter. I asked the taxi driver to take me to Stockbridge and my pal Gavin Temperley's flat. Temps was one of my few mates who never touched the gear, so he was the one I stayed in touch with. He never had any time for the likes of Begbie. When I get there, a girl, 20s, very good looking, is just leaving. Temps looks coy. They've obviously been arguing. Sorry I didn't introduce you there, he says as we go inside. That was Sarah. I'm no number one in her hit parade right now. I was thinking to myself that I'd settle for just a fucking chart position in it. I put the bags down, and Gav and I hit the pub, then go for a curry. This curry house is good and cheap, and it's popular with couples, but also groups of pished up boys. There's a couple of nice curry houses in the Dam, but there's not the curry culture over there. When you see a group of noisy, drunken nutters a couple of tables away from us, you think that's possibly for the best. Fortunately, I'm sitting with my back to them, so I can enjoy the brinjal bhaji and prawn madras better than Gav, who's got his face to their loud, tedious antics. After a bit, we get too pissed to notice them, until I go downstairs for a slash. On my way out the toilet, my heart stops and flies up into my mouth. A bam, fists balled, comes running down the stairs straight at me. I freeze. Fucking hell. It's him. I'll block him and smash him, coming down on his leg, and... no. It's just another Raj aggressively barging past me, but I've no ill will. In fact, I want to kiss this particular sociopath for just not being Begbie. Thank you, you fucking heatbanger. You want a photo? He asks as he passes me. Sorry, bud, just thought you were somebody I knew for a second, I explain. The nutter mumbles something, then heads off to the bogs. For a second, I think about going in after him, but check it. One thing that Raymond, my Shotokan karate instructor, drummed into me was that the most important thing to learn about martial arts was when not to use them. After the nosh, Gav and I head back down to his, and we sit up into the night, drinking, telling tales, talking about life and catching up in general. There's something about his demeanour that saddens me. I feel horrible for feeling this way about him, and I'm not being superior because I really fucking like the boy. But it's as if he's come face to face with his limitations, without learning to love what he's got. He tells me that he's on the same grade in the Department of Employment, and that's as high as he'll get. He's been knocked back for promotion so many times he's stopped applying. He reckons that he's had his card marked as a peaver. It's funny, when I started there it was compulsory to be a drinker. A reputation for hanging round the pub showed that you were social, a networker. Now you're marked down as a jakey. Sarah, she wants me to jack it in and all and go travelling with her to India and all that stuff. He shakes his head. Go for it, I tell him, my voice charged with urgency. He shoots me a look like I've suggested he take up child bending. It's okay for her to suggest that, Mark. She's 24, no 35. There's a big difference. Fuck off, Gavin. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go. If you didn't, you'll lose her and still be in that office in 20 years' time, the shaky, jakey, the sad cunt they all didn't want to be like. And that's as good as it gets. They might kick you into touch anyway for the flimsiest of reasons. Gavin's eyes hollow and glaze, and I suddenly apprehend how humiliating and violating my drunken rant is to his ears. You used to be able to talk like this, to rip people up for shite paper about work, but they've all got so precious about it. And with us being older, the stakes are now higher. I dunno, he says wearily, raising his glass to his mouth. Sometimes I think I'm just too set in my ways, that this is it, he pronounces, looking round the well-decorated and furnished room. It's an excellent Victorian Edinburgh flat. Bay window, big marble fireplace, sanded floors, rugs, old or replica old furniture, colour-washed walls. Everything's immaculate, and you can tell that the mortgage on this place is the real reason he wants to stay. I think I've maybe missed the boat, he declares, in gallows cheeriness. No, just go for it, I urge. You can rent this place out, I tell him. It'll still be here when you get back. We'll see, he smiles. But I think we both know that he won't. Stupid fucking cunt. Gav picks up on my contempt and says, "It's easy for you, Mark. I'm no like you." He almost pleads. I'm tempted to say, how the fuck is it easy for me? It's all in his head. Yet I've got to mind that he's my host and my friend, so I content myself with saying, "It's up to you, mate. You're the only person that can live your life, and you ken what's best for you." He looks even gloomier, considering this proposition. I decide the next day that I'll get out and about. I put on a hat to cover my distinctive red hair and wear the glasses that I only use for football games or the movies. I'm hoping that this plus 9 years ageing and filling out will be an adequate disguise. In any case, I'm keeping well away from Leith, the most likely area for the Begbie associates who personally know me. I heard that Seeker was still living at the top of the walk, and I stupidly head there, to my second depressing encounter. Seeker's bottom row of teeth is wired together in a metal brace. It makes his sinister smile worse than ever, like that Jaws guy for the Roger Moore Bond era. Gav Temperley told me that a squad, Fife or Glaswegian depending on who you talk to, came through and tried to extract his teeth. I'm glad they failed. His deadly smile was a work of art. Temp said that Seeker had got grisly revenge on most of the boys involved one by one. It might be bullshit. What is true is that he's the one person I know I could be seen around with that might buy me some sort of insurance from Begbie's old crew. Perhaps. Seeker treats me like I've never been away, immediately tries to sell me junk and seems surprised when I decline. As we sit in his house, I swiftly become astounded at my own idiocy in coming here. Seeker and I have never really been friends. It was always purely business. He had no friends, just a block of ice where his heart should be. I'm surprised, too, although he looks big and hard, just how little physical fear Seeker inspires in me now. And I wonder if that would also be the case with Begbie. What is chilling about Seeker is his quiet, mirthless depravity. He pulls out from under the couch what looks like the top of a Monopoly box turned upside down. I can't quite believe what I see on it. Some used condoms, filled, but just lying there, strategically placed. "A week's work," he grins in that slow death's head stare sweeping his long hair from his face. "That was a wee bird I brought back for the pure," he coldly tells us, pointing at one of them. They looked like dead soldiers on a battlefield, the Holocaust. I wouldn't have liked to have been in the room when they were fashioned. I never really know how to respond under such circumstances. I check a David Holmes flyer from the vaults, which is on his wall. "I bet that was a good night," I remark, pointing at it. Seeker ignores me, indicating another condom. "That was a student bird for substantial. English, lassie," he continues, and for a brief moment I have a sense of them actually being women, melted and diminished into a strip of pink rubber by some laser that comes from Seeker's cock. "This in here," he points to one, which is tinted brown, "was a bird I met in the Windsor one night. Fucked her always in every hole," he tells me, before hissing out the standard sequence. "Mouth, fanny, arse." I could see Seeker on top of some daft wee lassie, him fucking her arse, her gritting her teeth in pain with the warnings of parents and mates about keeping the wrong company, a ruthless soundtrack to her pain and discomfort. Maybe she might even try to snuggle up with the cunt after, in order to con herself that it was all her choice, a real collusion, not something akin to rape. Maybe she'd just get the fuck out as soon as she could. Seeker's piss hole in the snow eyes flit over to another condom. "That was a right dirty wee hare that I fucked big time." He was well known for trying to get birds to bang up. Mikey Forrester and him would give them skag, and then fuck them while they were bombed. They loved getting lassies hooked, then fucking them for fixes. I'm looking at Seeker, and thinking how people let badness adopt them, narrow and define their possibilities for so little reward. What's he getting out of it all? A poke at a corpse? So that's my posse now. A clapped-out junior civil servant and an old smack-dealing acquaintance that Begbie hardly had any contact with. No, I can't wait to get away. I call my ma and father, who now live out at Dunbar, and arrange to go and see them. As I head out, Seeker goes, "Mind if you change your minds and fancy a bag?" "Aye," I nod. I head out and look down the walk, Leith both tempting and repelling me. It's like being by a cliff where you feel compelled to go to the edge, but you're terrified at the same time. I think of an egg roll and a mug of tea in the canaster, or a pint of Guinness in the Central. Simple pleasures. But no, I turn the other way. Edinburgh's got pubs and cafes as well. I phone Sick Boy, who's still fishing for my Edinburgh abode, but there's no way I'm trusting him with it, and I don't want Gav hassled. I ask him how things are, and he's high about the film and his progress with the scam. Then he gives me some distressing news about Terry Lawson. "Are you going to go up and visit him this Saturday?" I ask. He spits tersely into my ear through the airwaves. "I'd love to, but I'm playing fives up at the Jack Cain. Birrell's going," he says, and he coughs out Rab Birrell's number. I liked Rab when I met him in Amsterdam. I knew his brother vaguely from years back. He was a good guy, a good boxer as well. I call Rab, and he repeats the story of what happened to Terry. Rab's going to visit him, so we meet up at the doctor's pub, and he's with these two stunning-looking lassies, who he introduces me to as Mel and Nikki. I know who they are straight away, and evidently they know a bit about me too. "So you're the famous Rince whom we've heard so much about?" Nikki smiles coolly, big, beautiful eyes sucking me in, teeth like pearls. I feel a pull on my soul and a crackle of electric as she touches my wrist. Then she grabs her cigarette and says, "Come and smoke a cigarette with me." "Gave it up years ago," I tell her. "No vices then?" she teases. I shrug as enigmatically as I can, then explain, "Well, I'm an old pal of Simon's." Nikki sweeps her long brown hair from her face and throws back her head and laughs. Her accent is that slightly nasal suburban south of England, without the affectations of the posh or the richness of the working classes. She's such a strikingly good-looking woman that the blandness of her voice almost offends. "Simon, such a character. So you're going to be working on the film?" "I'm going to try," I smile. "Mark's going to sort out finance and distribution. He's got a lot of contacts in Amsterdam," Rab explains. "Barry," Melanie says in a wonderful Edinburgh working-class accent that could strip the paint off walls. I get up another round of drinks. I'm feeling envious of Sick Boy, Terry and Rab and anybody else who's in a shagging scene with those two, and I decide to get myself into this little club ASAP. I've absolutely no doubt that Sick Boy's shagging one or both of them. But it's visiting time, so we get round to the hospital and head up to the ward. "All right, Mark," Terry says warmly. "How's the dam?" "I know bad, Terry. Bumming about the wedding tackle likes," I commiserate. Terry's another guy I mind for way back. He was always a character. "Aye, accidents will happen, but go to keep it soft. No that easy with all they fit nurses here." "Well, think long term, Terry," I urge, nodding towards the girls who are deep in conversation. "You're going to need it." "Too fucking right. It's a spicy life. A future without sex." He shakes his head in genuine fear, and it is a horrendous thought. I'm aware that Mel and Nikki have been smirking away, conspiring about something. There's an air of mischief about them. Then they suddenly pull the blinds around Terry's bed. To my astonishment, Nikki gets her tits out, and Mel follows suit, and they start kissing each other slowly and deeply, and caressing each other's breasts. I'm blown away, trying to square this with the Edinburgh I left. Dinny! Oh, stop! Terry squeals. His stitches must be splitting and his erection rising under its cage. Fucking stop it! What do you say? Mel asks. Please, I'm not joking. He winds his hand over his eyes. They eventually desist, laughing their heads off, leaving him spitting in agony. We keep it brief after that, with Terry longing for us to go. You coming for a drink, Mark? Mel suggests, as we make our way out the ward. Yeah, let's have some whiskey together, Nicky purrs. I've met tons of lassies like her in clubs, flirting, oozing a forceful sexuality. It crackles around your ears for a bit and makes you feel special before you realise that they're like that with everyone. But I don't need any encouragement to join them. I'm keen for company, although my guts are feeling a bit dodgy and peristalsis is underway. I need to go to the toilet. I forgot about the curry house and pints of lager culture over here. I take my leave and find the men's WC. It's a big lavvy. Latrine, a row of sinks and 6 aluminium partitioned shithouses. I head into the trap nearest the wall, whipping down the winners and losers and the kegs before I start dropping the contents of my guts. What a relief. As I start wiping my arse, I hear somebody come into the bogs, then into the trap next door. As they settle and I finish my hole cleaning, I hear a curse, followed by a rap on the metal wall. The voice seems familiar. Hey mate, there's no fucking bog paper in this trap, got to fucking well slide some under. I'm about to say sure and share a moan about the poor maintenance of the bog when a face snaps into my head and my blood runs cold. But it can't be, not here. It just fucking well can. I look under the space at the bottom of the partition, a gap of about 10 inches, a nice pair of black shoes, but they've got segs in them. And the socks. The socks are white. I instinctively pull my own trainered feet away from the edge as the voice menacingly shouts, Get a fucking move on! Shakily, I take some paper from the dispenser and slowly slide it under the door. All right, the voice gruffly mumbles. As I pull up my shreddies and trousers, I reply, No bother, putting on as posh a voice as I can, all the time sweating in sheer terror. I quickly exit without washing my hands. I can see Rab, Nicky and Melanie waiting for me by the drinks machine, but I turn the other way and hop down a corridor, shaking. I have to get a move on. I should stay cool. Look out from a distance to see who comes out that door, to be sure one way or the other instead of this torture inside my head. But no, I need to get as far away from this fucking hospital as I can. That cunt is real. He lives. He is outside.
49. Home Alone 2. It was that fucking June on the phone, saying to fucking well come round 'cause Sean's fucking hurt Michael. And I'm thinking to myself that I might teach that daft wee cunt Michael to no be as much a fucking wee lassie. Didn't fucking well bother as they knew, I tells her. If she was looking after the bairn right, they wouldn't be getting into fucking bother. Now I've got the other yin going. What is it, Frank? I puts my hand over the receiver. That fucking June, gone on about they bairns fighting. That's what laddies are meant to fucking well do, I says. I takes my hand back off. Just fucking get round, Frank. She's still screeching down the phone at us in that high fucking voice. There's blood everywhere. I slams the phone down and flings my jacket on. We're meant to be going out, Kate goes, looking at me all sore-faced. My fucking son's bleeding to death, you daft cunt, I tells her, storming out, thinking that she deserves a rap on the jaw for being so fucking insensitive. Might fucking well get you, and all. She's starting to get right on my tits. That's birds for ye. Oh, aye, it's all nice at the start. The honeymoon period never fucking well lasts, but, eh? Nah. The van's fucked, so I'm out into the walk, and the first cunt I sees in the street's Malky, coming out of the bookies. And you can fucking find where he's heading if he's coming out of there. That's into the fucking boozer. Cast iron fucking cert. No seen the cunt since I had to bottle that white cunt Norrie at the Caird school. All right, Franco, time for a peeve. I've got to nash, but I've got a choking thirst on us. Need to be a quickie bit, Malky. Domestic fucking crisis. One cunt gieing you in one ear on the phone, the other one gieing us it in the house. Better off in the fucking jail. Tell us about it, Malky goes. All right, cunt, Malky. Funny, thinking about Norrie takes us back to the time when I smashed Malky's head yonks ago over an argument about something in the telly, roon at Gogs Nisbet's place. What was it again? Tennis. Can't mind who was playing, but it was that fucking Wimbledon. Aye, I broke a bottle of sherry over the cunt's head. That's all forgotten about now, though, 'cause every cunt was fucking steamboats, and they things happen. Aye, Malky's sound. He sets up 2 pints of lager, and he's telling us about this daft cunt Sabo fae Loch End. That Sabo cunt had this flick knife in his pocket. The Raj got into a row with Denny Sutherland's mob, and some cunt booted at his knackers and missed and hit the pocket with a knife in it. It set off the knife, and it was one of they cunts on this big spring, and it went right into the cunt's boss. I'm trying to think about when I bottled Malky back then. Was it about tennis, or was it the squash? It was, the games with fucking rackets. He backed one cunt, and I backed another. Fuck knows it was all haze. Malky's telling us that Nellie's moved back up from Manchester, and he's got the tattoos removed for his coupon, using that fucking surgical technique. They wunna. The cunt was a fucking mess. Desert island on the forehead, snake on one cheek, anchor on the other. Fucking tube. Makes you sit and duck at an ID parade. Cunt I was fancied to sell as the boy. Well, it'll be good to have the cunt back, so long as he doesn't fucking well start thinking he's some cunt that he fucking well isn't. After a couple of wets, I gets round there and sees her at the foot of the stair, arguing with some cow who turns on her heels and heads in when she sees me coming. "Where you been? I'm waiting in a taxi," she says. "Business," I goes, looking at Michael. The wee cunt's got a bit of sheeties hidden to his chin. It's covered in blood. I looks at Sean and moves towards him, and he steps back and cringes. "What you been fucking doing?" She butts in. "It could have severed his neck. Could have cut right through a bloody vein. What fucking happened, but?" Her eyes are popping out her fucking head like she's owned something. "He got a bit of chicken wire and strung it across the door all tight, just at Michael's neck height. Then he shouted the laddie through, telling him that E.T. was in the telly. Ken that phone advert when the boy's taking a penalty for Hibs against Hearts. Michael ran ben all excited. Lucky he didn't measure right, and he didn't run into it at neck height. If he did, it could have took his fucking head right off." I'm thinking, that's quite barry, but... 'Cause, see to me, that fucking well shows initiative. Me and Joe, he did that kind of thing to each other as bairns. At least it shows that he's got the spirit to do things, not just fucking well sitting playing fucking video games all the time like some bairns nowadays. I looks at Sean. "I'll go to Offie, Home Alone 2, he says. I just looks at that fucking stupid cunt June, my hands on my hips. "So it's your fucking fault," I says to her, "letting him watch they fucking videos." "How's it my fucking..." "Showing fucking videos that put violent ideas into bairns' heads," I snaps at the cunt. But I'm not going to argue with her, no here in the fucking street, 'cause if I do, she'll get fucking well battered. And that was what finished us in the first place, that fucking cow winding us up so as that I had to fucking well batter her crust in. The taxi comes and we get in. "I'll take him up and get it stitched. You fuck off," I tell her, 'cause I'm no wanting seen out with that mess. People might think that we're still going out together. You didn't have the old bones of last week's chicken in a basket when you can have a new McDonald's. That's what I always say. Aye, she's got they fucking crack who her looks all right, and see if she's fucking well rocking up in front of they fucking bairns. But no, she doesn't even ken what rocks are. It's just that she does have they fucking worn out looks. I grabs Michael and takes him into the taxi, and we speed off, leaving they cunts in the street. The wee fucker's still hudding the bit of sheet against him. It's out of order, but Sean dating that to him. Does he picking you a lot? I ask. Aye, Michael says, and his eyes are all glassy like a wee lass's. This wee cunt needs telt some fucking words of wisdom, and he needs telt them now, or he's gonna grow up with his life a fucking misery. Now fucking surer. And she'll no bother. Nah, no her. She'll just wait until something goes wrong again and then fucking shed all they fucking crocodile tears. Well, then he start greeting about it, Michael. I was the youngest with your Uncle Joe, and I got it just as bad. You have to learn to stick up for yourself. Just get a fucking baseball bat and batter the cunt's head in. Wait till he's asleep in his kip, like. That'll fucking well sort him out. What with Joe? Only with me, he got a half brick over his head. That's what you've got to do. He might be stronger than you, but he's no fucking well stronger than a half brick across his fucking chops. You can see the wee cunt thinking about this. And you're lucky you've got me to tell you all this. 'Cause see, when I was your age and it was me and your Uncle Joe, I never had any cunt to put me right. I had to work it all out for myself. That old cunt that was my father, he didn't give a flying fuck. The wee cunt saw us squirming in his seat and pulling a daft face. What's up with you now, I ask him. We get told not to swear at school. Miss Blake says it's not nice. Miss Blake says it's not nice. Nae fucking wonder Sean tried to sort this wee cunt right out. I ken what that Miss Blake fucking well needs, I tell him. Teachers ken fuck all, take it from me. I point at myself. If I'd listened to any fucking teacher, I wouldn't have got fucking anywhere in life. The boy's thinking about that, Ian. You can fucking well tell. Like me, that wee cunt, a deep fucking thinker. We get into the hospital, up to that A&E, and the nurse comes in and does this daft fucking assessment. That needs some stitches. Aye, I goes. I ken that. You going to put them in for him, well? Yes, but if you just take a seat, you'll be called, she goes. Then we've got to fucking wait ages. What a load of fucking shite. The time it takes you to make a fucking assessment, you could have the stitches in. I'm running out of patience here, and I'm just about to take the wee fucker away and gie him a hame-made job when we get called. Oh, the fucking questions they ask, it's like they think it's me that fucking well did it to the wee cunt. I'm just about to fucking well lose it here. But I'm hudding on to make sure he doesn't grass up Sean, even by mistake. When we finally finish, I whispers to him, and dinna grass Sean up at that fucking school, either, to yon Miss Blake, or whatever you call the cunt, right? Tell them you fell. Mind? OK, Dad. Never mind OK, just make sure you mind what I says. I tell him to wait here while I go to the bog for a fag. Can't even get a fucking smoke anywhere nowadays. It takes us fucking ages to find the cunts. I end up having to climb a whole fucking flight of stairs. When I gets there, I'm needing a fucking shite and all. I'm sure that fucking ching I had was cut with fucking laxative. Aye, some cunt's gonna get their fucking jaw wrapped. I gets into one booth and whips down my kecks before I realises that there's nae paper in this bog. Supposed to fucking keep them clean, and their fucking hotbeds of infection. No wonder every cunt on the NHS is dropping like fucking flies. Lucky there's some other cunt doing a shite in the next fucking trap. Hey, mate, a rap on the aluminium wall. There's no fucking bog paper in this trap. You going to fucking well slide as some other? There's a silence for a bit. Get a fucking move on, I shouts. Some paper comes sliding under the door. About fucking time and all. All right, I goes, and starts wiping my arse. No bother, the guy says, a sort of posh cunt, Probably one of they doctors that's poking around every cunt all full of themselves. I hear one door go and then another. Dirty cunt didn't even wash his fucking hands. Fucking hospital and all. Lucky for him the clarty bastard wasn't there when I come out. And I gives my hands a good scrub, 'cause I'm no a filthy cunt like some. See if it was that cunt that put my bairn stitches in with manky hands.
50. A fish casserole. That Mark is a funny guy. I'm wondering if we embarrassed him with our tit flashing at poor Terry. We waited for him outside the toilets, but he just vanished without coming for a drink or even saying goodbye. Maybe he shat himself, Mel laughed. Had to go home to change. So we had a couple and I went home and waited for my Glasgow caller and cooked a fish casserole while talking to Diane. She'd been interviewing the girls from the sauna, Jane, Frida and Natalie. Diane is happy with the way things are going. I really appreciate you putting me in contact with those girls, Nikki. I've now got enough for a statistically valid group which gives my test some kind of scientific credibility. She's a sharp girl, and she's got the work ethic big time. Sometimes I envy her. You'll rule the world, honey, I tell her. I head to the kitchen and fill up a watering can and put on a Polly Harvey tape. I start watering the plants, one or two of which look a bit neglected. I can hear my mobile ringing in the front room and I shout for Diane to pick it up. She seems to be listening to someone for a while before going, I'm sorry, I think you've got the wrong person. I'm Diane, Nikki's flatmate. She passes the phone over and it's Alan. He was so pleading and desperate he couldn't even tell an English and an Edinburgh accent apart. I think about him, working up there in that bank, waiting for the gold watch. Nikki, I want to see you again. We need to talk, he whines as I make my way to my room. Poor Alan. The wisdom of youth married to a dynamic energy of old age. A banking combination, but not a bankable one. Not for him, anyway. They always need to talk. Nikki, he pleads painfully. Alan? I tell him, indicating that yes, I'm still here, but probably not for much longer unless he stops wasting my time. I've been thinking, he says urgently. About me? About us? Yes, of course, about what you said. I can't remember what I said, what stupid, extravagant promises I made to him. I want what he has, and I want it now. Listen, what are you wearing? Boxer shorts or Y-fronts? What do you mean? He whinges. What sort of question is that? I'm at work. Don't you wear underpants at work? Yes, but... Do you want to know what I've got on? There's a pause over the phone, followed by a long, Wah! I can almost feel his hot breath in my ear, the poor darling. Men, they're such... dogs. That's the word. They call us dogs or bitches, but it's projection, because they know that's exactly what they are. That's their nature. Salivating, excitable, undignified pack beasts. No wonder dogs are called man's best friend. It's not sexy lingerie. It's faded, washed cotton smalls with a couple of holes in them and frayed elastic. The reason for that is that I'm a student who's skint. I'm skint because you won't give a simple printout with the names of your branch account holders with their numbers. I don't have their PIN numbers. I'm not going to rip them off. I just want it to flog to this marketing company. They pay me 50 pence a name. That's 500 quid for 1,000 names. We've got over 3,000 customers at our branch. Honey, that's 1,500 quid, all my debts paid off, and I'd be so keen to reward such an enterprise. But if I get caught... He lets out a slow exhalation of breath. Alan's constant state of misery debunks the notion that ignorance is bliss. Sweetheart, you won't, I tell him. You're far too resourceful. I'll meet you tomorrow at 6. I'll have the lists. You're an angel. I must go. I've a casserole in the oven. Till tomorrow, sweetheart. I put the phone down and head through to the kitchen and over to the cooker. Diane looks up from her pile of books on the table. Men problems. They're no problem, the poor little darlings, I say grandly. Just no problem at all. I thrust my hips out at her and clasped my groin. Pussy power conquers all. Yeah, Diane says, drumming her teeth with her pen. That's been the saddest thing I've found with my researchers. All those girls I've spoken to, they've got all that power, all that tits, arse and fanny power, and they sell it too cheaply. They practically give it away for nothing. That's the fucking tragedy, girl, she says, almost as a warning. The land phone rings on the answer machine, and it takes a while to register who the voice belongs to. Hi, Nikki. I got your number from Rab. Wanted to apologise for that vanishing act yesterday. It's a bit embarrassing. Then I realise that it's Mark Renton, and I pick it up. Oh, Mark, don't worry about that, Angel. I stifle a laugh as Diane looks quizzically at me. We kind of guessed as much. You did mention curry? So what are you up to? Right now? Nothing. The guy I'm staying with's out with his girlfriend, so I'm sitting in watching telly. All on your lonesome? Aye. What are you up to? Fancy a drink? I'm not sure if I do, and I'm not sure if I fancy Mark. Oh, I'm not in a pub mood, but come round for a glass of wine and a smoke of grass if you like, I tell him. No, he's not my type, but he knows a lot about Simon, who certainly is my type. So Mark appears about an hour later, and I'm surprised, though not shocked, to find that he and Diane know each other from way back. Edinburgh can be like that, the biggest village in Scotland. So we all sit up, spliffing for a bit, me trying to steer the subject to Simon, but it becomes evident that Mark and Diane are engrossed in each other. I feel totally redundant. He eventually suggests going down to Bennett's or the IB. Yeah, cool, Diane says. This is strange. She never leaves her work like that, and she planned another session on her dissertation tonight. I can't be bothered going out, I tell them. I thought you were busy with your work. I laugh. It's not urgent. Diane smiles through clenched teeth. As Mark heads through to take a quick piss, I make a face at her. What? She asks with a faint smile. I cross my arms in a shagging gesture. She rolls her eyes lackadaisically back, although there's a simper playing around her lips. He comes back, and they depart.
51. Scam number 18,748. Renton still won't come anywhere near the fair port of Leith. Can't say I blame him. He won't even tell me where he's staying, although I know that his ma and dad are now out of town somewhere. Nicky tells me that the sparks fair flew in the flat between Rents and her flatmate Diane. Apparently, he was supposed to have rode her back in the day. I don't mind of her. It's no as if Renton's ex-shags constitute January sales on Princess Street sea of faces. Mind you, he always did try to keep his birds away from me, presumably in case I stole them. Renton was always inclined to be surprisingly intense in relationships, even a lovesick fool at times. But what sort of woman must she be, going out with a ginger? Screel set me up with another bird called Tina, who was less trouble than the first one, and he gave me the season ticket holders list no bother. She told me that she was a secret Celtic supporter. That's what happens when you start an equal opportunities policy in employment. I'm in the pub, and totally chuffed, despite I and the group of young Neds who are still hanging about by the jukebox. That Philip boy's been giving it a lot of lip. I've seen him talking to Begbie a few times. He obviously thinks he's the main man. At least there's a bit more respect for me in his tone of voice, and he knows that Franco and me are connected, of sorts. Now this Philip's orchestrating a wind-up against this tall, gangly sidekick, the Dippet Curtis with a speech impediment who always seems to be the butt of their jokes. They're showing off in front of the wee birds that they're with, but it's pretty witless fare, really. He's a fucking poof, the guy says, and another cretin's shoulders shake like he's got some nervous disease. Surely we weren't so fucking drab and uninspired at that age. No a poof. The poor Curtis boy howls and heads out to the toilet. Philip sees me looking over, and he turns to the wee lassies, then back at me. He might no be a poof, but he's a virgin. He's no had his hole. You should gie him it, Candice, he says to this glaikit wee tart. Fuck off, she says, looking at me all embarrassed. Ah, virginity, I smile. Don't knock it. Most of the real problems in life come after we've lost it, I tell them. But even the blandest throwaway lines are wasted on this crew. I go to the bog for a slash, and that Curtis laddie's in there, and yes, it's a wee bit slow. In fact, his very presence on this planet gives lie to the anarchist notion that there are no good laws. Our incest legislation, for example, exists to prevent more people like him lurching around. He's a tea leaf, and he's a bit pally with Spud, which isn't hard to believe. A Begbie apprentice and a Spud apprentice in the same posse, incubating under my fucking roof. That bad bastard Philip and his other mates torment this Curtis all the time, it seems. Like I used to with Spud at school and down the river and the links and the railway line. Funny. The thought makes me feel almost guilty now. The boy's doing a pish next to me, and he turns at me with an idiot smile, looking all nervous and shy. I inadvertently lower my glance, and I see it. It is the biggest prick ever. The cock, not the sad wee thing attached to it. I finish my urination, and I contemplate my own penis, shaking it out and putting it back and zipping up. I can't bear to watch him do the same. This imbecile has a bigger fucking knob than me, a bigger fucking knob than anybody. What a waste. Then, as I head over to the sink, I casually ask, How's things then, mate? Curtis, is it no? The boy turns and faces me with a nervy glance. He comes over to the sink next to mine, full of dread. Aye, he replies. No, bad. His eyes are watering and blinking, and his breath is terrible, like he's been sucking his own unwashed cock, which for him would be entirely possible, even with a bad back. Filling his gut with a spunk turned rancid by cheap drink and bad drugs. He's like one of those chemical bogs at a rave or a concert that badly needs cleaned out. But I'm thinking about this young gadgey's asset. You're a pal of Spud's, eh? I state. Then, without waiting for a reply, add, Spud's a good mate of mine. Old boyhood chums. This Curtis boy's looking at me to see if I'm winding him up. Not that he'd know if I was, though. Then he says, I like Spud, then adds bitterly, He's the only one that doesn't try and take the pish. An excellent guy, I nod. And I'm thinking about the boy stuttering that line in that old anti-war song. The average age of the American combat soldiers in 19. He kens that you can get shy sometimes. The wee big man skulks. A mate of Spud's. God, I can just imagine the conversation with they two. I pure get shy sometimes. Aye, me and all. Don't worry about it. Have some jellies. Aye, Barry. I'm taking my time, nodding sympathetically while washing my hands, and Christ, this minging bog needs properly cleaned right enough. Do we or do we not pay our cleaners to clean? No, life would be too straightforward, too fucking un-Scottish if people did the jobs they were meant to do. Shy boy here, what was he meant to do? Nothing wrong with being shy, mate. Everybody was once, I lie. I stick my hands under the dryer. Let me get you a drink, I smile, thrashing off the excess water. The boy looks less than smitten by my offer. I'm no staying in here, he says, pointing angrily outside. No with them taking the pish. Tell you what, mate, I'm going down to the Cali for a beer. I need a break. Come and join me. All right, he says, and we sneak out the side door and into the street. It's fucking cold here, and there's spits of sleet coming down. Meant to be fucking spring. The wee guy is, as they say, all prick and ribs. It's like every morsel of nutrition that goes into his body is swallowed up by that cock. If he was with a bird, he'd probably come so much he'd badly dehydrate himself and be in intensive care for weeks. That big Adam's apple bulging away, that sallow, spotty skin. He's certainly no movie star. But in the world of porn, if you can find wit on demand... We get into the warm, inviting Cali with its open fire, and I set up a couple of pints and brandies as we find a quiet corner. So what are these mates of yours getting on your case for? It's 'cause I'm a bit shy, and my stammer. I contemplate this problem for a while, finding it so hard to contain my indifference before I venture. Is it your stammer that makes you shy? Or are you shy 'cause you've got a stammer? This Curtis laddie shrugs. I went to see about it, and they said it was just nerves. What are you so nervous about? You don't seem any different from the rest of your mates. You've not got two heads or naught like that. Yous all dress the same, take the same drugs. The wee guy bows his head, and it's like there's nothing going on under that baseball cap. Then he says in a tormented whisper, But know when you've no done it, and they all have. The average length of the Scottish Soviet wanker was 19 inches. I can say nothing here. I just nod as sympathetically as I can. With mounting unease, I realise that these cunts are in many cases not old enough to legally fuck, never mind drink. Thank God for Chief Constable Lester's certificate of peace above the bar. That Philip thinks he's the big hard man 'cause he's knocking about with Begbie. He used to be my best mate and all. I might be shy with lassies, but I'm no a poof. Danny, Spud, he understands that you can get shy in front of birds you like. So you've never been out with any lassies yous muck about with there? The wee cunt's face's flush as red raw. No. Just as well for them. You'd split them in two with on, I nod downstairs. Couldn't help but notice, mate. Bet you were breastfed. Any Italian blood? I ask. No, it's Scottish. Yeah. Then he looks at me as if I might be a dodgy arse bandit. This cunt is a total pacifist in the sex war. Just as well for the chicks, 'cause with a weapon like that he'd have won it single-handed by now. You surely must have had some opportunities, I ask. The wee guy's really flustered now, his eyes watering as he's spluttering and stammering out of past humiliation. I was with this lassie one time, and she says it was too big, that I was a freak. Just that poor cunt's luck, that his first shagging opportunity was with a dipstick. No way, mate. She was a freak. The fucking dozy cow. I shake my head, setting him right. Now he's got steeped shoulders, shifty, nervous eyes, breath that would make any woman rather snog his ring piece, and a horrifically bad stammer. I'll wager, too, that's all because of some daft wee troll who simply did not have the sense to realise that our ship had come in. Listen, do you ken Melanie? The young chappie's eyes ignite a little. Her that makes the stag movies with you up the stairs? Fuck! Nobody's supposed to know about that. I curse, pulling in a sharp intake of breath and resisting the temptation to ask him who told him about our club. Yes, that's her, I say quietly. I've seen her, like. Do you like her? The wee gadge breaks into a thoughtful smile. Aye, everybody does. And the other yin, the nice spoken yin, he says wistfully. Let's just get this wee cunt walking before he can run. Good, 'cause she likes you. Both of them do. The poor wee fucker blushes. No, getting up. No, you're taking the pitch. There's simply not enough hours in the day to get a result with this boy. Listen, pal, I'm half Italian on my mother's side. You a Catholic? Well, but I'll never go to I silence him with a wave. Not important. I am. And I swear in my mother's life that Melanie fancies you and would like you to have a go with her in one of the stag movies. I stand up, deadpan as I walk to the bar and order another round. Leave the cunt to think about that. When I come back, he's about to say something, but being time-conscious, I cut in. And you get paid? You get paid to gie Melanie the message and other birds and all. No Justin Stagg, in a proper porno flick. What do you say? You're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? My main man Terry's incapacitated, and we need new blood. You're the man. Getting paid to ride Mel. Come on, mate. I just like Candice, he sniffs defensively. Another fucking closet romantic. How sad. That wee hairy back in the sunshine. Listen, pal, I ken they take the piss out of you there, I point outside, but they'll no be taking the piss when you're the porn star riding the top drawer fanny. Think about it, I wink. And drinking up, I'll leave the wee cunt today just that. When I get back to the sunshine, Spud sitting in the corner being ignored by Ali. After a bit he gets up and tries to give her some money and she tells him to go. He's off his tits and he looks a fucking disgrace. It's a real Speed Jakey look. Unkempt hair with enough grease in it to supply every chippy and leaf. Eyes so hooded that they look permanently shut. Black rings like washers around them. Flaming blood vessels, all housed in a fibrous skin the colour and texture of stale chapati. Why, hello, handsome. Here comes hubby, Ali doll. Wow, what a catch. I'll let you out of my sight for a few years and look what happens. You don't so much lower your standards as become a total fucking comedian. But no funny fanny from Marty Kane to French and Saunders to Caroline Ahern ever got the laughs that you did walking in a bar with that one on your arm. He's raising his voice now, and I sense that my presence would only inflames things, so I catch Ali's eye, and I signal for her to get him out. I see Curtis coming back in, and willfully ignoring his mates, one of whom, that Philip, has brushed off as he tries to put a friendly arm round the boy's shoulders. Instead, he goes over to Spud to help him out, and down the road. My new leading man. The new Juice Terry. Mo and Ali looked to be coping to the extent that they hadn't even noticed my departure. I decide to ride my luck further and slip back out the side door, and head round the corner and back upstairs to the flat. I'm about to stick on a Russ Mayer video for inspiration, when I catch a look at myself in the mirror of my wall. The cheekbones strike me as more prominent. Yes, I'm losing a bit of weight, okay. Simon, congratulations on the success of this movie enterprise. Why, thank you, Sean. Pornography has never been my thing, but I appreciate a well-crafted movie, to say nothing of a nice piece of ash. Everything is coming up roses. Almost everything. A mind of Mo tell me that Francis Begbie was in again asking after me. Sure enough, I check the Green Mobile's messages, and there's a text one from him, or Frank, as he signs himself. Need to see you right away about someone who will soon cease to exist. I can visualise it right enough. Frank. Fucking twat. It has to be Renton. Renton will soon cease to exist. There's another text message from Seeker. If ever a communication system was made for a man, it's text messages for him. Ready at any time. Drugs. Good. I've only a small amount left. I produce the wrap and chop it up, taking a healthy line, which fair hits the mark. I really need a cigarette now, and I light one up, the smoke feeling so clean and fresh in my lungs with the ching. I look in the mirror, deep into the mirror. Listen, Franco, it's about time you and I had a wee heart-to-heart, a wee clear-the-air session. It's about this obsession you have with Renton. I mean, let's face it, it's got to be said, Franco, and I'm sure you'll appreciate my candour in this, that this goes way beyond the cast from yon time. You're like a spurned lover. Of course, that's all over Leith. OK, let's accept that you're obviously crazy about him. All the boys in the jail as you made love to them, did you imagine they were him? I'm only sorry that it didn't work out for you two guys. Funny. But I used to think that it was you that gave it, and Rents who took it. Now, though, I doubt it. I can just tell that you're the crying, bleating, ginger-whipped bitch in the dress, bending over with tears in your eyes while he talks dirty to you, and prepares your greased arse for him. And when he gives you it, you simper and mew like the filthy little fucking ladyboy whore that... The doorbell. Open it, and he's there, just standing there in front of me. Franco, I was just thinking about you. come in, mate," I stammer, sounding like the young Curtis boy I've just left. And by the reaction in his eyes, it's like this bastard has read my mind. How fucking loud was I talking? Surely not. But if he had the letterbox held open to spy in first, and he heard me from just down the hallway. "Fucking Renton," he hisses. "Oh, fuck. Sweet Jesus, please don't do this to me." "What?" I managed to bark out. Begbie's sensing something's wrong. He looks at me in that nasty, appraising way and says softly, "Renton's fucking well back here. He's been spotted." And something in my brain as I look into that 5-mile stare and freeze, some primal essence is screaming, "Act, Simon, act. Act for Scotland. No, make that Italy." "Renton? Where? Where the fuck is that cunt?" And I'm looking into hell, that solitary black spot between the pupils of his mad eyes, with a hateful stare of my own, which I feel is like trying to put out a blast furnace with a Woolie's water pistol. I'm waiting for him to strike like a cobra, almost praying, for fuck's sake, do it now. Put me out of my misery, because even chinged up I can't hold this gaze any longer. Begbie holds my gaze, and thankfully his voice climbs down to a low hiss. "I was hoping you could fucking well tell me." I slap my head and turn away and start pacing, thinking back to the agony Renton caused me. I stopped suddenly and point at Franco. And yes, it's an accusation because it was that fucker's folly that caused that bag to be nicked. He was the one that was meant to be in charge of it. If that cunt is back here, I want my fucking money. Then I start to think of how Begbie would perceive me, and I'd dig in my forehead with my palm. I'm trying to make a fucking movie here on a fucking shoestring. An excellent pitch. Franco seems just about satisfied with that. His eyes narrow further. "You got my fucking mobile number. If anyone gets in touch with you, you fucking bell me straight away." And vice versa, Franco, I tell him, basking in the outrage now. The Charlie working as one with it, feeling the power and purity of my disdain, the sheer strength of my front. "And don't fucking well touch that cunt till I've got my money, plus compensation, and then you can do what you want with him, so long as I get to lend a helping hand, of course." I might have seemed suitably tumultuous because Begbie says, "Right." Then he turns and starts to exit. Renton. I can't believe I'm protecting that cunt. Not for much longer, though. The bank accounts are all set up. Once the film's in the can, we go our separate ways. I'm following Frank out down the stairs, and he turns to me and asks, "Where the fuck are you gone?" Back to the pub. I just nipped out and I'm due back." "Barry will get a peeve," he says. So the asinine specimen follows me there, and I have to stand drinking at the bar with him. One bonus, he punts me a rap of ching, which will at least tide me through until I can get up to Seekers. Still, it's a far from ideal situ. At least Spud's gone, but not before he's upset Alison, who's obviously been crying. That Paddy Fleabag is now undermining my fucking staff's morale. Begbie's still stuck in Paranoia Central, going on about packages, which makes my pulse race with excitement. How Renton's a twisted poof, which is all music to my ears. Oh, I want Renton to meet him, basically just to see, for my own curiosity, how far Franco will go. Surprisingly, he asks me about the film. "Well," I go, playing it down, "it's just a bit of fun, really, Frank. They're porn stars and that. The gadgets like us are like... I mean, have they got to be a certain fucking length?" "Not really. I mean, the bigger the better, obviously," I tell him. Franco gives his crotch an orangutan-like grapple, which makes me feel queasy. "So I'd be all right then." Aye. But the most important thing is the ability to find wid. A lot of boys with big dicks just can't find wid on camera. When it comes down to it, the ability to find wid is a key thing. That's why Terry was so good. I run down, suddenly aware that Franco's looking at me in a hateful rage. "You all right, Frank?" "Aye. It's just when I think about that cunt Renton," he says. Then he's thrown back the drink, and he's into a rant, going on about his kids, about how June doesn't look after them properly. The fucking state of her, like a fucking Belson horror. She looks like she's fucking wasting away. Aye, Spud was saying she's in a bad way. The pipe does that, though. I mean, I do a fair old bit of ching, Frank. But all I'm saying is that the pipe really takes it out of you, I explained to him, relishing dropping Murphy right in it. Begbie looks at me in shock, and his fingers go white on the glass. I've taken a deep breath as this cunt is ready to explode. The pipe. Crack. June. With my fucking bairns! I see my chance here and I move in. Look, Spud says I was washing up with her. I'm only telling you this 'cause you should ken, with the kids and that. Right, he says, looking over at Alison, who looks totally bedraggled. Your man is a cunt! He's a fucking useless, junky cunt! They should take your fucking bairn into care! Then Franco charges out the bar, as Alison stands in disbelief for a second or two, then explodes into racking sobs, only to be comforted by Mo. What? She bubbles. What is he fucking saying? What's Danny done? I have to take the bar as they go through this lame duck performance. I'm delighted that the simian oaf Begbie has departed, less so that he's incapacitated my fucking staff. And from an ex-customer on this conveyor belt of lost souls which passes as an alehouse, it's none other than poor Paul, my mate from the Leith business against drugs, looking like the weight of the world's on his shoulders. I take him to the quiet end of the boozer, and he's straight into a bleat about the money. It's my neck, Simon. I'm telling the cunt straight. You'll keep it shut, or your pathetic career goes. I'm telling you. Having made the point, I then adopt a more placatory stance. Listen, Paul, dinna worry. You simply don't understand the economics of business, of my industry. We'll get it back, I sing cheerfully, delighting in keeping my head when all around me are losing theirs. What an excremental little creature. Now here's a man who understands economics, I smile, as old Eddie shuffles into the bar, nose in the air like a Roman emperor. Ed, how's things, old buddy? No bad, Eddie moans. Excellent, I smile. What will you have? On the house, Ed, I tell him. If it's on the house, pint of special and a large grouse. Even this jakey old cunt's blatant liberty-taking cannot knock me out of my stride today. Certainement, Eduardo, I smile, then shouting over at Leith's Marjorie Proops. Mo, do the honours, will you, my lovely? Nodding at a destroyed Paul, I turn back to Ed. Just putting my mucker Paul here correct on the wiles of commerce? What line of work were you in again, Eddie? I was a whaler, the mumpy old shipwreck tells me. A seafaring man? Well, hello, sailor. Or should it be, hello, whaler? Aye, so did you ken Bob Marley? The old salt shakes his head vigorously. There was nae Bob Marley on the boats out of Granton. No, when I was on them. Ed tells us in great sincerity, flinging back the grouse. It's your shout, Paul, I smile beamingly, and I'll expect you to stick another wee Goldgens in there for Ed. It's a sign of a society's civilisation, how we treat the elderly, and we in Leith are several light years ahead of all the opposition in that field. Am I right, or am I simply correct, Ed? Eddie just looks aggressively at Paul. I'll have a whisky, but make sure it's a grouse, he warns the flummoxed adman, like he's doing the poor bastard a big favour. I decide to ignore the bleating yuppie ponce and leave Mo and Ali to enjoy the taste of bitter semen, 'cause just Terry comes into the pub. Tell! Discharged? Aye, he smiles. Still have to keep watch and keep taking the pills, but Excellent. What are you drinking? I'm in even higher spirits now. We'll have a full squad soon. Alex? Of crucial importance, Simon. Unfortunately, you don't win anything with a bare first 11 these days. We need about 40 on the buff, all going for it. I can't even fucking drink on they pills, Terry moans, sweeping a hand through those curls. The porn star Mauser he grew for a laugh is gone. Crikey, Tell. What a nightmare. No shagging, no drinking, a laugh, nodding over at Ed's mates who are sitting nursing their half-pints in the corner. Still, it'll get you prepared for the future shift day. Aye, he says ruefully, as I watch that Paul wanker, now very much aware that I can simply cold-shoulder him all night, decide to get real, and head dejectedly out. To cheer Terry up, I take him through the office and rack up a couple of poodle's legs from the gram Begbie got me. I'm telling Tezo about my visit from mon former collège, Monsieur Francois Begbie. The words shoulder and chip spring to mind, I say, cutting the lines finally with my credit card and nodding to Terry to be my guest, but not necessarily in that order. Still, it's his ching we're on, so the boy does have his uses. Terry laughs, bending over to snort. A chip hole in his shoulder. That cunt's got the whole fucking casino, he says, before firing one back. I follow suit and start rabbiting about my plans for the movie. Terry's starting to look uncomfortable. You okay, Tell?
No, it's my cock. It must be the Charlie. But it's really nipping, really throbbing.
Poor Terry heads off, almost bent over. So sad to see a once proud man emasculated in such a way. As he's still out of commission, I worry about poor Melanie's sex life, so I bail her, thinking that it might be nice if she met young Curtis.
52. Crack whore. I'm fucking well raging. That cunt fucking dies. A fucking unfit mother. Aye, she's getting it. But the bairns can't go into care, and if my ma doesn't take them, so she'll have to screw the fucking nut, 'cause me and Kate can't fucking well have the cunts. That dirty fucking whore! 'Cause of her, I even gets caught in the fucking rain, in a pissing wet shower. And there's even water in these shoes through jumping a fucking puddle like a fucking blocked train. When I gets back, I flings my jacket on right away and kicks off my all fucking shoes and puts the new Timberland yins on. Kate goes, "Where are you going, Frank?" "Round to see the fucking druggy whore that's got my bairns." Fucking rain does your fucking nutting. Every cunt sniffing away with the cold, but mind you, with half of them it's the Colombian flu, caused by too much fucking sniff. Sick boy's the worst. And I'm no saying nought against a wee tickle, but no washing it up, that's a fucking loser's game, and no in front of my fucking bairns. So I gets round there, and I looks at her, and she's looking back at us like she has the fucking cheek to deny it and all. I just goes to the bairns, "Get your coats, yous are going round to my ma's." There was no way I was having them round to our fucking place. Fuck thone. I'm thinking that my ma'll want them, once she kens the score, sees the danger that they're in. What's wrong?" June goes. You fucking dirty whore, keep out of my sight, I'm fucking telling you," I just warns the cunt. "I'm running out of patience, and I'll no be held fucking responsible for what I might do if you open your big fucking junky mouth." She kens me well enough to ken that I'm no fucking well joking, and her eyes go all wide and her face is even fucking whiter than ever. Look at her, a fucking wreck. How did I no see it before? I wonder how long she's been at it. The bairns are getting ready and saying, "Where are we going, Dad?" "Your gran's, at least she kens how to bring up bairns." I looks at her. "And she doesn't sit about getting fucked up with junkies." "What do you mean? What are you on about?" That fucking sow has the nerve to go. "You're denying it? You're denying that Spud fucking Murphy was round here the other week?" "Aye, but now it went on, and anyway," she goes, a mad light in her eyes, "it's none of your business what I do." "Washing up in front of my laddies?" "None of my fucking business." I turns to them. "Used to. Get. Your ma and me's having a private conversation. Get out into the stair and wait for me. Go on, beat it." "Washing up?" "Aye, but—" She's going, "I just needed some help." As the wee cunts troop out, I turns to her. "I'll gie you fucking washing up." "Fucking wash this!" I batters the cunt in the puss, and blood spurts for her nose. I grabs it by the hair, and it's that fucking greasy, I have to wrap it round my fist to get a good grip in it. She's screaming as I stick in the plug and turn on the tap and fill the sink. I sticks her head in it as it fills up. "Wash this, ya cunt!" I pulls up her head, and she's blowing water and blood out of her nose and thrashing around like a fish caught in a line. I hear a voice, and it's that wee Michael standing in the doorway, and he goes, "What are you doing to Mum, Dad? Get back in that fucking stair. I'm just washing her, 'cause she's got a nosebleed. Now get! I'm fucking telling you!" The wee cunt bolts out, then I plunges her head into the sink again. "I'll gie you fucking washing, you dirty fucking crack whore! I'll fucking well wash you up!" I pulls her head up again, but but the dirty psycho whoer grabs a fucking wee vegetable chopping knife for the draining board and fucking leathers his way it. It stuck right in my fucking ribs. I lets go and she hits us with a plate that breaks over my head. I fucking batters her again and she hits the deck and starts fucking screaming as I pulls the knife out of my ribs. Fucking blood everywhere. I boots her and leaves her down there curled into a ball and gets out to the bairns. But when we're in the stairwell, there's the old cunt opposite standing in her doorway with her arms round them. Come on, boys, I tell them, but they just stand there. So I grabs at Michael, 'cause I've no time to fuck about here. And then that fucking June's on her feet, and she's out and screaming at me, shouting at the old cunt, "Call the police! He's trying to take my bairns!" Ma, that sooky wee Michael cunt goes, "Sean should have cut that cunt's fucking head off, probably no even mine, a fucking wee poof like that, and I lets him have it with the back of my horn." And she's grabbing his arm on the stairs, and it's like the wee cunt's caught in a tug-of-war. He's screaming, and I just lets go, and they both fall back onto the stair. The old cow's shouting again, and two police come straight up the stair, and one's going, "What's going on here?" "Now, mind your own fucking business," I say. "He's trying to take my bairns away," she screeches. "Is this right?" the older cop asks me. "They're my fucking bairns and all," I goes. The old cunt on the stair goes, "He battered that lassie, I saw him, and that wee and the wee soul." She fucking well turns to me and goes, "He's bad that yin, rotten to the core." "You shut your fucking mouth, you old cunt. It's fuck all to do with you." The older cop goes, "Sir, if you don't move out onto the street, I'm going to arrest you and charge you with a breach of the peace. If this lady presses charges, you are in serious trouble." So after a fucking big shouting match, I just heads, 'cause I'm no fucking well wanting lifted 'cause of that cunt. And they police cunts fucking well looking at me like I was a fucking nonce. I shouldn't have hit Michael, but that was her fucking fault, winding us up again. Well, I'll be on to the fucking social work, and every cunt'll ken that it's her that's the fucking dirty crack who are taking fucking drugs in front of my fucking bairns. They want to arrest some cunt? Let them arrest that Home Alone 2 fucker. I ken he was just a bairn himself when he did they films, but I dinna ken how a cunt like that can live with himself now.
"53. Even flaccid, it's over a foot long." I get up to Simon's flat. It's a mess, but that doesn't worry me. I leap forward and grab a hold of him and push my lips onto his. He's tense, unbending. We have visitors?" he tells me. We go through, and on the leather sofa is a young guy I dimly recognise from Simon's pub. One of those shadowy, vaguely unsavoury presences you register from the corner of your eye. Now he just seems a normal young lad, gangly, smelly, spotty, nervous. I smile at him, and I can see his face turning bright red, his eyes watering, and the poor little darling turns his gaze away. We're looking at him, and I'm wondering what's going on here. Simon's saying nothing. Then there's a knock at the door, and I go to answer, and it's Mel and Terry. She kisses me and goes through and gives Simon a hug, then sits down beside the boy. "All right, Curtis, pal?" Aye, he says. Terry's still quite subdued. He sits in a chair in the corner. "This is Curtis," Simon says to me. "He's going to join us as an actor." As the lad forces a weak smile back, I'm thinking that this is some kind of joke. Then Simon looks from Mel to me, explaining, "From this unpromising material, I want you ladies to mould the hottest young stud that ever came out of Leith. Well, second hottest," he says with a mock, self-effacing swagger and bow. "He's a big laddie," Mel sniggers, "if you ken what I mean." "Sure, Kurt. Don't be shy," Simon says as he heads to the kitchen. Curtis's eyes water again and his face is scarlet. "Come on, you showed me last night." Mel grins. I glance at her as he nervously unbuckles his trousers, then unzips his flies. Then he starts to pull this thing out of his pants, and it just keeps on coming. Even flaccid, it's over 1 foot long, hanging down almost to his knees. I'm speechless. More importantly, the width. I'd never thought of myself as a size queen, but... So the young lad is in. 14 inches, how can he be out? A virgin, until Melanie got her hands on him last night, I'll wager. A freak almost, but he is the man for our show. Simon instructs him to shave his pubes to make it look even bigger, like real porn stars do. Terry says, "Look at the wee cunt's face with the shaving. You trust him to shave round that asset?" "You're a fine one to talk, Terry. Stitches still in?" I'm wondering how we're going to break him in so that he'll be able to perform, although I reckon Mel's ahead of the game there. "I'll help you shave," Mel said. It isn't going to be a problem, that side of it. Simon bids me to come into the kitchen. "Mel took his cherry last night. She's sorting him out," he confirms. "We're going to have to deconstruct this kid," he says, "then reassemble in our image. We need to do an Eliza Doolittle on the fucker. Not just the shagging techniques. Any moron can fuck, and any idiot with a willing partner can work their way round the sexual positions." He sneaks a sideways glance out the door at Terry. God, how we stupefy ourselves with the love of sex. But sort him out completely. Make him into a fucking sentient being. Clothes, look, bearing, manner. I nod in agreement, but first there's proper business to attend to. We tell the others to meet us in the pub, Simon handing Curtis a wrapped box as he exits. "It's a present. Open it." Curtis rips off the paper to reveal the gaudy, ghastly blonde head of a blow-up sex doll. Simon says, "Her name's Sylvie. She's for practice during those lonely nights, although I don't think there'll be many of them in the future. Welcome to 7 rides." Poor Curtis doesn't quite know what to make of Sylvie as they head down to the Port Sunshine. Simon urges me to stall for a bit as he's keen to discuss progress on what he calls the scam. We had got the 2 lists, both on different discs. Rab's dad helped to reconcile them and put them in the same format. There are 182 Rangers season ticket holders who have accounts at the Merchant City Clydesdale Bank branch. Out of that number, 137 have 1690 as their PIN number. I can't think how Simon possibly knew this, and he did patiently explain it to me, as has Mark, but I still don't get it. Despite McCliment's Scottish Studies programme, I've come nowhere near to understanding the Scottish mentality or culture. Of that number, 86 have internet banking facilities. The important thing is that the money in those 86 accounts ranges from an overdraft of £3,216 to a credit of £42,214. Simon explains that he and Mark had got into the online banking system for Clydesdale. Using the 1690 PIN number, they removed a total of £62,412 from the bigger accounts, depositing them in a general account they've set up in Zurich at the Swiss Business Bank, he informs me, as he racks up 2 lines of coke. "Not my tipple," I say, taking my skins, blow and tobacco from my shoulder bag. "Oh, I know that. These are both for me. I've 2 nostrils," he explains. "Well, for the time being, anyway. Aye. 3 days later, the bulk of the money, except £5,000, will be transferred into a production account we've set up in Switzerland, at the Banque de Zurich, for Bananazzurri Films." "So now we go down the pub to celebrate?" "No," Simon says. "The fundraisers are you, me and Rents. We're the only ones who know about this. Never mention it to anybody," he warns, "or we all go to jail for a long time. We keep the money in those accounts. It's way in excess of what we need to make our movie. We'll catch up with the others later. Right now, me, you and Rents are celebrating in private." And I'm elated, excited and more than a little scared, wondering just what we've got into. So we head up to meet Mark at the Café Royal restaurant, where the 3 of us enjoy oysters and bottles of Bollinger. Mark pours the champagne into the glasses and whispers, You did brilliantly. You two did all right as well, I say, quite aghast, but now really concerned at the extent of our fraud. This is our business, strictly between us, I nervously implore, and Mark nods in serious agreement. That means Diane can know nothing about it. Too right, Mark replies sombrely. They throw away the key for shit like this. But listen, what about Rab? He adds in sudden concern. He must know something, as he got the info about the computer programs from his old man. Rab's sound, Simon says, but he can be a bit puritanical and he'd shit his pants if he knew the scale of the fraud. But he thinks it's just some dippo's credit card. I've squared him up for his services. Let's just not talk about it again. He smiles, then breezily sings a song, a strange ditty I've never heard before. On the green grassy slopes of the Boyne, where the Orange men with William did join, and they fought for our glorious delivery, on the green grassy slopes of the Boyne. Orange men must be loyal and steady, for no matter whate'er may betide, we must still mind our war cry, no surrender, and remember that God's on our side. I love Scotland, Simon says, sipping his champagne. There's so many fucked-up cunts who believe in total shite. It's such easy money. This whole Celtic Rangers FC thing is the best scam ever invented. It's not just a licence to fleece morons. It's a licence to fleece their children and their children's children. The franchise goes on and on. Murray, McCann, those boys know what they're doing all right. Mark smiles at me. Then he turns to Simon. Now that we're all richish, I'm taking it that your commitment to this picture hasn't wavered. Not a bit, Simon replies. This isn't about money, Rents, I realise that now. Any fucking arsehole can make money. This is about creating something that is going to make money. This is about expression, about self-actualisation, about living, about showing pampered rich cunts who have silver spoons in their gubs that we can do anything those fuckers can, and better. Says Mark. I'll drink to that, raising his glass in yet another toast. Simon's looking at me, saying nothing but pursing his mouth in pained sincerity. Then he says chidingly, No spending sprees, Nicky. I'll keep a hold of the purse strings. If you get skint, just ask. I don't know if I can trust Simon, and I don't think that he and Mark even trust each other. But I hardly care about the money or the other embellishments. I love this. I feel alive. Anyway, if we get done, all you have to do is roll your eyes at the judge and tell him that you were duped by a pair of evil schemies, and you'll walk while Rents and I swing, right, Mark? Defo, he says, pouring out some more champagne. Afterwards, we head round to Rick's bar in Hanover Street. Isn't that Matthias Jack? Simon asserts, pointing to a guy in the corner. Possibly. Mark contemplates ordering another bottle of champagne. Simon and I go back to his place in Leith and spend the night shagging like animals. The next day I go home satisfyingly tired, sore and raw, and go through my coursework and my stint at the sauna. When I get home from my shift, Mark's in the flat talking to Diane. He greets me briefly and leaves. What's all this, then? He's an old friend. We're going out for a drink again tomorrow. Just for old time's sake, eh? She smiles coyly and raises an eyebrow. There's a glow to her, and I'm wondering if she's shagged him yet. Later on, Simon, Rab and I are down at the Edsting Suite in Nidri, where he took me before. I didn't know places like this existed in Edinburgh. In fact, I've never seen anywhere like it. The guy that runs Vid in the Nid is an old pal of Rab's from the days when he used to go to football with a hooligan gang. A lot of them now seem to be entrepreneurial types, and this guy, Steve Bywaters, seems more like a social worker than an ex-football thug. They seem as close-knit as the Masons when it comes to sharing skills and resources. We've got the lot. We can do it all here. he says, looking clean-cut and born-again Christian. As we're heading away, Rab says, "Great, eh?" Sick boy's shaking his head. "Aye, but we can do it in the dam. The OPA, Rab, mind." "Right enough," Rab says, but I suspect that Simon has another agenda.
"54. Scam number 18,749. The City Cafe is busy with pre-clubbers, as Curtis and his wee mates come in and ask me to join them. We're sitting beside some student types who are full of their dull conspiracy theories, all excited as they debate who isn't really dead. Elvis, Jim Morrison, Princess Di. Too full of their own sense of youthful immortality to believe anybody really leaves the gig. Stuck in a life-affirming, death-denying bourgeois dream world. Some of the scheme kids like Philip are sneering and laughing at their foibles. They know it's all bullshit. From an early age here, they've seen enough death in the schemes in inner city through the AIDS epidemic of the 80s to be robbed of such innocent notions. Funny, but I'm sure our generation used to feel the same as the suburban kids. Not anymore, though. And certainly not me. All those fuckers are as dead as they're ever going to be, I tell one student, and the Soviet kids all guffaw and join in, ripping the piss out of them. While this is going on, I get Curtis's attention. "What's your mates there, taking the piss out of those students?" He dips his head slowly. Now fast forward 15 years. Who's going to have the nice house, the job, the business, the cash, the motor, and who's going to be stuck in a slum on a gyro? "Right," Curtis nods. "Ken how?" "'Cause you've got the education and that?" "Not bad." "Yes, that's part of it. Any other reasons?" "'Cause you've got rich mas and dads who can give them the cash to get started, and the contacts and that." This boy isn't quite as dippet as I thought. "Sharp, Kurt, sharp." But you put these two together, and what do you get? Dunno. Expectation. They'll have those things, 'cause they expect to have them. How could they expect anything else? The likes of you and me don't expect those things. We know we have to graft like fuck to earn them. Now for me, an overeducated yet underqualified man, there's no real point of entry into that life. Why do you think I piss around in the black economy on the margins of society? 'Cause I like the amusing characters? Because bams and whores and junkies and dealers are my kind of people? No fucking chance. I've done pimping, housebreaking, theft, credit card fraud and drug dealing, not because I like them, but because I can't break into legitimate business at a level, status and remuneration that I regard as commensurate with my knowledge and skills. I'm a tragic mess, Kurt. A tragic mess. But that can and will change, I explain, looking at my watch, as it's time to meet the others. Listen, I attack my drink. Did you ever get any use of that blow-up doll? No, he says, all embarrassed. I was just playing with it and it went doon on me. It went doon on you? Fuck me. If I kent I was going to do that, I'd have got one myself. I laugh at his distraught coupon. We drink up and head into Ensign's spot to shoot some footage of clubbers in action. Curtis is dancing with his mates and Rab's camera is on him. Then it tracks Nicky, who's been talking to Mel, heading towards him. She dances in front of him for a bit, then takes his hand and leads him into the office in the club, which Carl's emptied for us. Then, when the club is shut down, we get into the real work and prepare to shoot one of our key scenes. Rab and his pals are setting up the equipment in the office. Do you think Melanie and Nicky really like me? Curtis asks. What do you mean? Well, I think they're just nice to me 'cause you say so. Didn't he turn the puppy dog lamps in a chip and expect to know to cook, mate? You've got the power, I explain. But lassies didn't His face goes into a spazzy twitch. Fancy us. The dippet wee tarts, aye. They aren't women in the world, but... The chick who's been past Pilrick, she learns how to distill things down to brass tacks, especially if that old pot's got a wee bit stretched. Then it's about the width of a circle, I smile and I. Down, 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 down. The opening refrain from that Bowie classic. It fails to catch much ice with Kurt, though. While he's away for another nervous pee, I approach Nicky. Try and make Kurt feel desired. His self-esteem is rock bottom. As he returns from the toilet, Nicky goes over to him, and I hear her say, "Curtis, I can't wait for you to fuck me." The slack-jawed young fool just blinks and flushes. So what are you trying to say? I can't help it. I laugh my head off. "You're a comic genius, Curtis. That's going in the fucking script." And I start scribbling like fuck on my draft of the screenplay. After I pep talk my stars, Rab gives me the nod, and we're ready to rock. "Alright, folks, this is a key scene in the movie. This is where Joe wins the bet from Tam. Curtis, this is where your character Kurt pops his cherry for the first time in the film. So don't worry about being nervous. You're supposed to be nervous. I just want you both to say what you said before. So, Nicky, you lead him into the office, slam the door shut, stand behind it and say, 'I'd love to fuck you.'" Nicky drawls lecherously, looking at Curtis. "And you say, Kurt," I nod at him. "So, what you're trying to say..." "Brilliant. Then you get him across the desk, Nicky. Let Nicky take the lead, Curtis. Right, let's try it out." Of course, it's nothing like as good as a spontaneous original, but after many attempts, we get a couple of usable takes. We've got our 6 brothers shagged now. The only problem being that Terry's damaged cock still isn't strong enough for an arse fuck. Not to worry. I've an idea.
55. Whores of Amsterdam, Part 6. I informed Martin and Niels that I needed a break from the club. I told Katrin that I had to go home and see my folks for a bit. But whatever I thought might have been requisite for my state of mind, this is what it really was. It was all I could do to tear myself away from her. Diane Coulston. We made love most of the night in Gav's spare bed, just wanting her, aching for her, spent seemingly beyond exhaustion, yet soon aroused again. Experience tells me that this is nothing to do with love or emotion, it's just the reaction of 2 strange bodies in proximity to each other. That it'll wear off. But fuck experience. This morning she's wearing my t-shirt, and that always feels good, a girl doing that. And we're in the kitchen making ourselves some toast and coffee. Gav comes in, ready to go to work. He sees her, raises his eyes and skulks out. I shout after him, as I don't want him to feel like a stranger in his own house. "Gav, come here!" He sheepishly comes back in. "This is Diane," I tell him. Diane smiles and extends a hand. He shakes it, and he has some tea and toast with me, and I with my girlfriend. But I've been thinking about Katrin and about what to tell Diane. It's still on my mind as I leave her and head into town. When the totally normal seems so strange, you know you've led a fucked up life. I'm in Princess Street Gardens with my sister-in-law Sharon and my niece Marina, whom I've never met before. It's the first time I've seen Sharon in years. I think the last time was when I shagged her at my brother's funeral in the toilet when she was pregnant with Marina. Not only can I not emotionally connect with the person I was then, I can't even envisage what such a person might be like. Maybe I'm kidding myself, of course. You can never be sure, but that's the way it feels. Would I still have been that person if I'd stayed here? Probably not. Sharon's gone fat. Her body's been hardened by layers of it. The old Sharon, big-titted, voluptuous, is now wrapped in several rolls of fleshy carpet. I don't think about how I must look to her, that's her problem. I'm just being honest at my negative reaction. Once we talk, I feel guilty about this skin-deep revulsion. She's a nice woman. We're sitting on the piazza, having a coffee. Marina's on the merry-go-round, waving at us from a sinister-faced horse. "Sorry to hear it didn't work out with you and the boy you were with," I tell her. "No, we split up last year," she says, lighting up her ego, offering me one, which I decline. "He wanted kids. I didn't really want another bairn," she explains before adding. "But I suppose there was more to it than that." I sit there, nodding slowly, feeling that disconcerted and uncomfortable way in that intimacy fest when people tell you everything about themselves straight away. It happens, I shrug. What about you? You anybody? Well, it's a bit complicated. I ran into somebody the other week, I explain, feeling a strange light come on in my face and a smile form on my lips when I think about her. Somebody I used to know back here. And there's somebody over in Holland, but it's a bit rocky just now. Well, no, it's finished. Same old Mark, eh? I was always more into relationships than one-night stands, without particularly excelling at either. But when you meet somebody, no matter how many times you've fucked up in the past, you always think, yes. We're too full of hope even to consider expectation. Listen, I reach into my bag and hand over the envelope. That's for you and Marina. I didn't want that, she says, pushing it away. You didn't ken what's in it. I can guess. It's money, isn't it? Aye, take it. No. I look at her as searchingly as I can. Listen, I know what everybody says about me and Leith. Nobody talks about you, she says in a way that's supposed to be comforting, but is actually a bit fucking deflating to the ego. They surely must. It's no drugs money. I promise you that. It's from my club, I explain, fighting the urge to wince at the irony of my statement. Everybody in the world who runs a dance music club owes their money, albeit indirectly, to drugs. I don't need it. I want today something for my niece. Please, I beg, then elaborate in discomfort. My brother and me, we were like chalk and cheese, both Rajas but in different ways. Sharon smiles in response, and I reciprocate in a strange affection as I recall my brother Billy's face, see him sticking up for me, suddenly wishing I'd been easier on him now. Less bellicose, dogmatic and all that. But it's shite. You were what you were, and you are what you are. Fuck that regrets bullshit. Funny, what I miss about him, it's not how we were, it's the possibility of us getting on better. I've changed in so many ways, I think he might have too. Aye, maybe, she says, doubtful and cagey, and I don't know whether she means him or me or both of us. She looks at the envelope, feels it. There must be hundreds in here. 8 grand, I tell her. Her eyes almost pop out of her head. £8,000! Mark! She lowers her voice and looks round like we're in a spy film. You can't walk about with all this money. You could get mugged or anything. Better get it back to the bank then. Look, I'm no leaving with it, so it stays on the table there if you didn't pick it up. She goes to say something, but I talk over her. Look, I wouldn't do it if I couldn't afford it. I'm not that much of a mug. Sharon puts it in her bag and squeezes my hand as tears glisten in her eyes. I didn't ken what to say. This is my cue to get away. I tell her I'll take Marina to see Toy Story while she sorts things out at the bank and has a look around the shops. As I'm walking hand in hand with the kid, I'm wondering what Begbie would do if he ran into me now. Surely he wouldn't. I get all para that he'll hassle the bairn or Sharon. So we pile into a taxi down to the Dominion, because I can't really see Franco in Morningside. When the film finishes, I drop Marina off back at Sharon's. Later on, I'm heading up George IV Bridge and I spy another familiar face, but it can't be no coming out the library. I go up behind him and finger his collar like I'm Polis. He nearly jumps out of his skin before turning around and his hostile gaze alters into a beaming smile. Mark! Mark, man, how you doing? We retire at a nearby bar for a drink. Ironically, it's called Scruffy Murphy's, an old nickname everybody teased Spud with. I can't remember what it used to be. As I set up 2 Guinnesses, it's hard not to think that Spud looks as big a mess as ever. We sit down and he's telling me about his Leith history project he's working on, which just blows me away. Not because it sounds interesting, though it does. It's more the concept of Spud being into something like that. but he talks about it with great enthusiasm before we get round to going over old times. How's Swanee? He can't still be kicking about, surely, I ask of an old pal. Thailand? Spud says. You're joking, I reply, once again flabbergasted. Swanee always fantasised about going out there, but I can't comprehend that he actually did. Aye, the cat made that. Spud nods, the extent of the unlikelihood seeming to hit him as well. On one leg and all. We talk about Johnny Swan for a bit, but there's one thing I really want to know, and I ask as casually as I can. Tell me, Spud, is Begbie out of prison? Aye, man, he's been out for yonks, Spud informs me as I experience a sinking sensation. There's a numbness in my face and a ringing in my ears. It becomes hard to focus on his words and my head starts to spin. Since after New Year, a cat was round at mine's the other day, likes, a was radger than ever, he says seriously. Keep away from him, Mark. He doesn't ken about the money. I reply in a deadpan manner. What money was that? Spud beams back a big, warm, open smile, and he throws his arms round me in an excess of enthusiasm. For a skinny guy, his embrace has some strength. When he breaks off, his eyes are watering. Thanks, Mark, he says. Don't know what you're talking about. I shrug, maintaining the silence. What you don't know, they can't beat out of you. I don't even ask about the state of his or Ali or the kids' immune systems. Sick boy is a compulsive liar, and he's got a lot less good at it or entertaining with it than he used to be. I glance at the pub clock. Listen, mate, I have to go. I'm meeting my girlfriend. Spud looks a bit sad about this, and he seems to consider something. Look, Catboy, can you do us a favour? Aye, sure. I reluctantly nod, trying to guess about how much he'll hit me for. Well, Ali and me, we're getting rid of the flat. I'm staying at my mate's for a bit, but he can't take the cat. Could you take it for a while? I'm thinking about what cat he means. Then it dawns on me, he's talking about a real one. I heartily detest the creatures. Sorry, mate, I'm not really a cat person. And it's Gav's place I'm in. Oh, he says, and he looks that fucking pathetic that I have to try and do something. So I phone Diane and ask her how she fancies looking after a cat for a bit. Diane's cool about it and tells me that Nicky and Lauren were talking about getting a cat, so it would be a good trial for them, see if it actually worked out. She tells me she'll speak to them, which she does, and then she calls back immediately. The cat's got a new temporary home, she says. Spud's delighted with the news, and we arrange a time for him to bring the creature up to Toll Cross. As I leave Spud to head in that direction, I'm feeling an ugly rage through my numbness, eating at the core of me. I compose myself and call my business partner on his mobile. Simon, how goes? Where are you? Never mind that. Are you sure that Begbie's still in jail? Somebody told me he was out. Wait till you that. Pretentious sick boy's slip back into broad Scottish is very unconvincing. Never you mind. Well, it's nonsense. He's still banged up as far as I know. Lying cunt. I switch off the phone, heading down for the grass market and up the West Port towards Toll Cross. Fevered thoughts flying through my head, horrible emotions gnawing at my gut.
56. With him draped over my shoulders. I seem to have bonded with Zappa, the cat we're looking after. I've started cat flexing with him after seeing it done on Channel 4 the other week. I raise him 30 times to position 1, with him draped over my shoulders and me rising from a squatting position. I move on to position 2, supporting him in the stomach with the palm of one hand, holding his chest with the other, for 30 repetitions each side. Lauren comes in looking quite surprised. Nicky, what are you doing to that poor cat? Cat flexing, I explain, now worried that she'll think I'm into bestiality as well. When you lead a busy life, pets tend to get neglected, so it's a way of keeping fit and socialising with your cat. It gives you exercise plus the tactile bonding thing. You should try it, I say, laying him down. Lauren shakes her head doubtfully, but I'm in a hurry to leave as we're doing the last porno scene with Terry and Mel, featuring Curtis as proxy shag. I head down to Leith and meet them at Simon's flat. Curtis has a simpleton's smile on his face. The boy is coachable in terms of shagging. He follows myself and Melanie like a sick puppy begging for food, or in this case, pussy. No, that's not fair. This boy's looking for more. He wants love, belonging, acceptance. In fact, in his obvious, naked, sincere way, he reminds us all of our own need. He genuinely wants us to like him, to love him even. For our part, we tease him, sometimes stopping just short of cruelty. Why? Is it revelling in our power, or is it because, as Lauren might contend, we hate what we're doing? No, it's as I said earlier. He's simply an undignified version of the rest of us, a sad quester who hasn't found what they're looking for. But in his case, the little bastard has time. Maybe that affects our behaviour, our actions towards him. I fancy I can still feel it between my legs when he was inside me. I've got a small, tight fanny, and I never thought I'd be able to take that. You can surprise yourself, though. Do you like that? I ask, pushing my neck into his face. Aye, it smells berry-like. I'd like to teach you about perfumes, Curtis. Teach you about so many things. Then, when I'm old and wizened and you're still a good-looking young man breaking in virgins all over town, girls half your age, as all ageing men of substance must go for, you won't hate me. You'll remember me with a kind heart and treat me like a human being. Mel smiles as she sips a glass of red wine, perhaps unaware of just how serious I'm being. Curtis, for his part, is horrified at the notion. I'll never be bad to you, he almost squeaks. These little boys, so sweet and tender-hearted, how they grow into monsters. Yet they often seem to get better again as they get older, kind and gentle once more. Nobody told sick boy Simon that, though. Curtis is as much his star pupil as he is mine, and I don't like the lessons he's giving him. Rab and the crew come down and set up the cameras, but Curtis was sweet. He didn't want to sodomise Mel. It's dirty. I didn't want to do that. Well done, Curtis, I say while Mel stresses, It doesn't bother me, Curtis. Simon suddenly says, OK, let's just leave it for now. He looks at his watch. Come on, we're going to the pictures. I wonder what he's playing at. As Rab starts moaning, but Simon gets us out and into a cab up to the film house, where they're showing a series of Scorsese films. It's De Niro in Raging Bull. In the bar, after the showing, Curtis turns to Simon, enthralled. That was brilliant. Simon's about to say something when I cut in. There's like a reason you took us up here? I ask him. Now Simon ignores me and says to Curtis, You're an actor, Kurt. De Niro's an actor. Did he want to put on loads of weight and walk around like a blob? Did he want to get battered around the ring? He glances at me. No pun intended. No, he did it because he's an actor. Did he turn round to Scorsese on set and go, That's dirty, or That's sare, or That feels a bit cold, remote and exploitative? No, because he is an actor. He emphasises, stating, I'm no getting at you, Mel. You're no prima donna. I can see now that this is as much for my benefit as it is for Kurt's. His manipulation sticks out like Terry's hard-on. We're not actors. We're pornography performers, I tell him. We need to set our own... No, that's middle-class bullshit. They're the only ones who haven't wakened up to the fact that porn is mainstream now. Virgin sells porn movies. Greg Dark directs Britney Spears videos. Grot mags and men's mags and women's mags are the same. Even repressed, censored British TV teases us with the hint of it. Young people as consumers don't make the distinction now between porn or adult entertainment and mainstream entertainment, in the very same way they don't between alcohol and other drugs. If you get a buzz off it, yes. If you dinna, no. It's as simple as that. Don't you think it's a bit patronising to tell Kurt what young people think? I say, but it feels pathetic. It lacks conviction in the face of his harsh certainties. I'm calling it as I see it. I'm trying to direct a movie. So consent means nothing to you. Consent is elastic. It has to be. If not, how do we grow? How do we evolve? There has to be a development, a shifting of perspectives over time. There has to be an elasticity of consent. There's not going to be an elasticity of my arsehole, Simon. Accept that. Live with it. Nicky, it's not an issue. If you don't want to do anal, then fine. You have that right. But as a director of this motion picture, I reserve the right to tell one of my leading actors what an unprofessional prude they're being. He smiles. That's what he does. Gets his serious points over as a joke. He thinks he's won the fucking argument. But he's not. We're having sexual activity, not faking sexual activity. The whole point about any sexual activity is consent. If there's no consent, it becomes coercion or rape. The first question is, will I be raped to make a film? The answer is no. Maybe the other girls will, that's up to them, I say, and I can't look at Mel. I'm still staring right at Simon when I ask. The second question is, will you become a rapist in order to make this film? He looks at me and his eyes open wide. I won't make people do anything they don't want to do. That's the bottom line. I nearly believe him until I overhear what he says to Curtis in a coke-fuelled rant in the taxi back down to Leith, in between shouting at Rab on the mobile. You fuck with your cock, but you make love with your body and soul. The cock is fuck all. In fact, I'll go further. The cock can be your worst enemy. Why? Because the cock needs a hole. That means the lassie is always in control. As long as the relationship is kept on a purely physical, i.e. shagging, basis. No matter how big your cock is or how well you use it, it's replaceable. There are thousands, millions of cocks queuing up for the berth yours is occupying, and a good-looking lassie with any savvy knows that. Fortunately, most lack that awareness. No, the way to wrestle control of the relationship back from the lassie is by getting into her head. God, I've been warned. It's not my arse I should be worried about, it's my head. But now it's Mel's arse I'm worried about. I'm feeling as protective of it as I would my own. I pull back, realising that I'm turning into Lauren. Mel's game. She's even told me that she likes it. So we're back down to the flat and the gear is set up again. Simon's been doing more coke, and I can hear him with Kurt as Melanie's getting changed. Curtis, pal, you're getting good with that weapon of yours. You respect lassies, aye, fair dues, but for this scene we need a bit more oomph. Have you ever heard of the phrase, make the bitch suffer? No, but I like Melanie. Sick boy shakes his head. Gently to start, but once you get it in, crank it up, they love the pain. They can take it better than we can. They can have bairns for fuck's sakes. Not out of our arseholes, I cut in. He realises that I've been listening to him and he slaps his head. I'm trying to direct, Kurt, he spits. Will you please let me do my job, Nicola darling? Make the bitch suffer? Is that where you're coming from? That kind of misogynistic cack? Nicky, please, let me do my job. Let's finish the movie. Let's have something to debate about. Thankfully, it only needs one take in each of the arse-fucking positions. Legs pinned back frontal, from behind, and reverse anal cowgirl. Then we sit down with Mel. What was that like? I ask. It was sair, so fucking sair, she purses, blowing through her lips. But good as well. Just when you thought it was unbearable, it got good. Just when you thought it was good, it got unbearable. Wow. says Sick Boy, putting his arm around her. Well done, folks. That's the final brother Deuce Terry shagged. I'm going to get Terry and you to simulate the positions, Mel, and we'll use Curtis's cock for the penetration close-ups. We need some more stuff for the orgy scene. A few establishing shots, but that's all the brother's done. 7 rides. It's a kick in the arse off being a rap.
57. Clarinet. It was great seeing Mark again, and it was Barry getting some encouragement about the book. I was that up when I got home that even though I was a bit wrecked, I got my manuscript out and went over the last chapter again. It's like Rents had sort of inspired us, man. The last bit's all about Skag and AIDS and that, about all the boys that were wiped out, the pure bams and the decent cats, gadgets like Tommy. And after I looked over it, I couldn't believe it, man, because that was it, finished. I mean, the spelling's not up to much, but they can sort all that out. Didn't want it to be too polished, because it gives the poor cats and the publishers naught to do with it when it comes to the edit. I realised that it was nearly morning, and I pure wanted to get down to that post office and send it off to the publishers, them that do all that Scottish history stuff. Then I was going to see Ali and tell her about the money. Tell her that we're going to book up for Disneyland, for the bairn and that, ken? I tried the other day down the Port Sunshine, but she was busy and I was pissed and I couldn't talk proper. She pure wanted us to go. I thought it was too late to go to bed and I'm pure buzzing, so I put on the Alabama tape and bopped around to myself for a bit. Then it was down to the stationers for a big padded envelope, then straight round to the post office. I kissed that package as I stuck it in the box. Ya beauty! I thought that the best thing to do would be to pure get in some feather and flip and then get a huddy Ali and Andy, and when she goes to pick up the wee man from school, tell them all the news about Disneyland. And maybe no they ain't in Paris, maybe they ain't in Florida. Aye, or there in the sun would be Barry, especially with this crap weather. Terry Lawson was telling us he was over there and it was cool as. Then I thinks, well, I'm entitled to a wee celebration now, 'cause that's me pure done with the book. Yes, all my debts paid off, money in the tail, me and Ali away to Disneyland soon. Just a couple of beers, like say. So I'm thinking where to go to celebrate. And you've got to watch Leith, man, 'cause Leith pure isn't Edinburgh. There's all the pubs in Leith and you'll find company, whether you want it or no. And it might no be the right company. You've got to watch who you celebrate with. For Junction Street, I turns onto the walk past Mac's Bar. I look across at the Central Bar and up the walk, and I ken that beyond it there's the Bridge Bar, EH6, the Crown, Dolphin Lounge, the Spey, Caledonian Bar, Morrison's, the Dalmeny, the Lawn, the Vicky, the Alhambra, the Volley, the Balfour, the Walk-In, or Jane's as they call it now, Robbie's, the Shrub, Boundary Bar, the Brunswick, the Red Line, the Old Salt, the Windsor, Joe Pierce's, the Elm, and that's just off the top of my head, and just on the walk itself, no counting the side streets or naught like that. So no, man, no. Every walk boozer contains the prospect of a huge sesh. Same with Duke Street and Junction Street, and even Constitution and Bernardstrassers. So I head for the more trendy, sedate and gentrified Shore, man, where a Leith man of letters should be drinking. It looks different down here, man. All redeveloped, the docks now all smart bars and restaurants, loads of yuppie converted warehouses. It was signing in the paper that they moved the prosies from where the Iwas worked cause of the complaints for the residents. That to me is pure no fair, 'cause they've Iwas worked there, and cats ken what the place is like before they move in. I gets into this big old bar, all sort of wide-panelled, and orders one of they cold Guinnesses. I looks outside to where the seagulls are swirling and I can see that a cruise ship's coming. Thing is, I'm sitting in there and Curtis heads in. Thought I saw you coming in. I says to myself that... And the pair wee Raj goes all spazzy in the face, eyes blinking. But wouldn't he come in here? Well, man, I made a big mistake. With me getting gutted with rents last night, the peeve was still in my system, and after a few pints I started feeling a bit pissed. Wee Curtis is pure celebrating and all, 'cause he's been in some orgy with the lassies for this film that Sick Boy's making now. I pure didn't like to think about Ali working in that pub with them round there. Sometimes I think about him trying to get her involved, get her into all that, and my blood just pure goes cold. 'Cause he can make people do things they pure usually wouldn't do. But no Ali, man. No my Ali. And I pure didn't want to go round there to school to see her and Andy all listless and stunned, so I take some base speed off of Curtis and try and straighten myself out. When I get round to school I feel barry, but right away Ali's eyes tell us that it's one of the yins when you think you feel good but you're really wrecked. She's wearing this hooded fur-lined jacket I've no seen before, and a jumper and leggings and boots. She looks barry like. Wee gadges wrapped up as well, skirt and hat and that. "What do you want, Danny?" "Hiya, Dad," the wee man goes. "Right, Sudger," I goes to the boy. Then to Ali. "Barry news, I've come into some dosh and I want to take you to Disneyland, Paris, or Florida if you want. And I've finished the book, it's posted away to the publishing cats, and I met Mark yesterday at Rents, like, he's been in Amsterdam, but we went out and had a few beers. He thinks it's a Barry idea, the book and that." Her face hasn't changed at all, but, man. "Danny, what are you on about?" "Look, let's just go to the cafe and we can talk about it," I says, smiling at the wee man. "A milkshake at Alfred's, eh, pal?" "Aye," he goes, "but in McDonald's, their milkshakes are better." "Oh, no, man, 'cause Alfred only uses the bestie stuff. McDonald's milkshakes are all like sugar, they're bad for you, man, they're evil, globalisation and all that, man, it's all wrong." And I sees I'm ranting and Ali's looking daggers at me. "But we can go to McDonald's if you want, like, say." "No," Ali says coldly. "Oh, Mum," the wee chap goes. "No," she goes. "We're too busy. Auntie Kath's expecting us back and I'm working tonight," she says. Then she turns to me and goes up all close, and for a second I think she's going to kiss me, but she whispers in my ear, "You're off your fucking face. Keep away from my son when you're on drugs." Then she turns and takes Sandy by the hand and they walk away. He turns and waves a couple of times, and I force a smile and wave back, pure hoping that he can't see the tears in my eyes. I go back to the shore, to another pub. It's busy and there's a jazz band on. I'm down, man. The life's been ripped out of me. I'm just thinking, what's the point in having cash when the people you want to spend it on don't want to be with you? What have I got, really, with them away? No, man, it's all fucked. I look round at the band, young lassie on the clarinet, who's really good, making such a beautiful sound you could just like to greet, man. Then I see the old boy at the bar with a big smile on his face. At that point a horrible thought hits us. Everybody in this bar, everybody here, and Ali and my wee Andy even, they'll all be dead soon. In 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or whatever years it takes. Oh, the beautiful people, man. And all the weird and horrible and mental yins, they will only be here. They will only even exist. In no time at all, really. I mean, what the fuck is all that about, likes? I head up for the shore, back home. I didn't ken what to do. I'm no long in the house when Franco phones me up telling us to meet him in Nichols tonight. Says he needs to talk to me about June. Maybe Franco's noticed she's no looking so well either. Maybe the cat does care after all. He tells us second prizes out with him. Be good to see sex, like. "Be there at 8 bells. I'll fucking well see you." So I'm sort of thinking about it, but I'm not that much company now, likes. Then there's another call and it's Chizzy the Beast. Straight after Franco and all. Must be something about jail time. Chizzy, but I've been avoiding that bad cat. "Mental the other week there, eh? No coming out for a wee drink, chav?" he goes. "Nah, man, I'm taking it easy, eh? thinking that I'm not going to be in his company again anyway. His voice goes that sort of nasal, creepy way. I saw your missus the other night there, Chavy. I was her working behind the bar in that Port Sunshine. She's pretty tidy. They tell us you's a split up, but I feel my blood running cold, man. I can't say now. I was thinking I might just ask her out sometime. A bit of whining and dining, I can outsure a bird a good time, me, eh? Oh, aye, that's one thing I ken alright. My heart's pure going thump, 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 man. But I laugh and make light of it, and then I say, aye, I'll come out for a pint, well, it'll do me good. Maybe hit the tune again. Can you meet us in Nichols' pub in Junction Street? There's a couple of tidy birds work behind the bar. One's meant to be game, like, say. He bites it. Now you're talking, Murphy. When? 8 o'clock. But I'm not going. Not to that Junction Street shitehouse. I'm going down to Port Sunshine to keep an eye on things.
58. Lucky bonus. I've dragged that cunt's second prize out, and I've phoned up Spud Murphy, because I want to get to the bottom of this shite with June. Some cunt's got the wrong end of the fucking stick here, or some cunt's trying to fucking well wind me up. Mates. Nae cunt's your fucking mate. You see that the older you get. Second prize on the pool table, all fucking edgy, trying to drink a fucking tomato juice like a fucking poof. I'll gie the cunt tomato juice. Fucking anti-social cunt. All that stuff about alcoholism's a load of shite. You can manage a fucking pint. It's not going to kill you. 1 fucking pint. No, I can't drink, Frank. The doctor said, he goes, his daft wee eyes, all that dippet sort of brainwashed way they cunts go with what they call the light of the Lord in them. Light of the fucking Lord, my arse. Boz to all this shite. What the fuck do they cunts ken? They tell my ma to stop smoking. She smokes 60 a day. She says to us, what am I going to do, Frank? I need a fag for my nerves. It's the only thing that works. They pills are nae good. I just turns round and says to her, if ye pack in the fags, you'll ken all about it. She'd go into fucking shock, and that would fucking kill her. I tell't her, if it isn't fucking broke, there's nae need to fucking well fix it. So you can manage 1 fucking pint. No, I cannae. Look, I'm getting you a fucking pint up, and that's all there is to it, I tells him, and I goes over to Charlie behind the bar, and gets up 2 pints of lager. Cunt better fucking drink it and all. I'm no wasting fucking money on bevy for now. As I takes the pints back, I sees a cunt coming into the bar, but it isn't fucking Spud. I goes to second prize to rack up at the pool. Right, prepare to get fucking slaughtered, you cunt. I'm thinking about my fucking ma and how I tried to do her a favour. Not that it makes a fucking bit of difference to her, as long as she's got her fucking bingo. I'd shut the places down if it was up to me. Waste of fucking time and money. It's no like the horses, it's no as if there's any fucking enjoyment in it. Anyway, second prize is getting it now. I does him 1 game, and we starts another one. And I'm looking at the door. There's still no sign of Murphy. You've no touched that pint, you cunt, I goes to Sex. Oh, Franco, I cannae, man. Cannae or willnae, I goes, looking right into the cunt's eyes. Then, for some reason, I looks behind us at the boy standing there at the bar, reading the racing section of the record. Something about him. I kent the cunt from inside. Or kent he the cunt. He was a fucking beast. I kent all they cunts. Made it my business to mind faces. They'd all try and hide from me, 'cause they kent I wanted to look them in the fucking eye. What was it that he'd done again? Was he the yin that took the bairn, or that raped the blind lassie, or got a hud of the wee boy? Can't he fucking mind? All that matters here is that this fucking thing, this thing here, is a fucking beast. I see the cunt sitting there in the same pub as me in second prize, just sitting there at the fucking bar with a fucking record. Charlie at the bar, serving that cunt his fucking pint like he was normal, and the old cunts sitting in the corner looking at me. Oh, cheery smiles and that, but they're looking at me in the same way as they look at yon cunt. All they see is some bad cunt for the fucking jail. Well, I'm no like yon cunt, and I never fucking will be. This cunt, drinking there, just as he fucking well pleases, walking the fucking streets, hanging round the schools, waiting for wee bairns and following them hame. Aye, there it was, grazing at its fucking watering hole. My fucking pub, a fucking beast, taking the fucking pish. There's a fucking beast through there, I goes to second prize was racking up. A fucking beast on the loose, eh? I tell him. Second prize is looking at us like he isn't even going to day now. Oh, that fucking Christianity and forgiveness shites went and turned his head. Every cunt's fucking well lost the fucking plot back here. Boys, just in for a bevy, Frank. Leave him alone, eh? Come on, he goes, splitting the pack. Oh, quick like. He kens that I'm going to go up to the cunt. What's fucking wrong with every cunt? And he's staring up at me and blinking, like he's seen the look in my eyes, and he lowers his head and goes, Your stripes, Frank. But I'm no really listening, 'cause I'm still gieing this cunt at the bar the eye. The beast, I goes to sex, dragging out the S in beast. Then I goes to take my shot, and I gets this pain when I bend down, where that June cunt chibbed us. I grimace and fucking well hammer a green stripe down, imagining that it's that beast cunt's head. I'm running out of fucking patience here. Nice one, Franco, second prize says, or something like that, but I can't hear the cunt 'cause I'm looking back up to the fucking bar. Could be on the lookout for a bairn. My fucking bairn, maybe, eh? I says. And now I'm moving up to the bar. Second prize has gone all whingy, and he goes, Franco, come on. And he picks up the untouched pint and says, Let's have that drink, but it's too late for that shite now. He kens I'm no listening. And I just goes over and moves up, and I'm standing right behind the nonce cunt. 6 fucking 6 fucking 6. The number of the beast, I whispers all softly in the cunt's ear. The boy turns round sharply. He looks wide, like he's heard all this before. Then I'm staring right into him, like I'm poking around in his soul, seeing all the fucking fear now, but seeing something more, the rottenness in it, the fucking dirty, rank rottenness in this cunt. But it's like he can see the same in me, like we're fucking sharing something. So I've got to act, before the rest of the cunts see it and all, 'cause I'm no the same as that. No fucking way. What can I see in this cunt? His view of himself, all forged through the brutalising of others. It's crashing around him as he stands before us, the boy vaguely kent as Begbie. Aye, he's terrified, dizzy with fear and pain, fucking perversely, deliciously sick. His mind and body are playing all sorts of tricks on him, and this cunt is seeing the effect of his power over other people by feeling the impact of my power on him. He's feeling the absolute liberation of surrender, a complete and total capitulation to the will of some other cunt, and it's fucking well beyond violence. It's beyond even sexual. It's a kind of love, a fucking bizarre, vainglorious self-adoration, way past the fucking ego even. I'm finding something. No, stop this nonsense shite. But it's what being a hard man is all about. It's a journey, a fucking self-destructive quest to find your limits, 'cause they fucking limits always come in the form of a harder man, a big, strong, stiff, hard man. We can do it for ye, we can teach ye, show ye where ye stand, where your fucking parameters are. Chizzy. That's the boy's name. Chizzy. No, the cunt goes to speak, and I can't let him fucking speak. I feel my eyebrows raise a wee bit, just as my glass is rising up to this beast's... What is it they call him? This chizzy cunt's neck. The cunt fucking well yelps and hudges his neck and the blood's spurting out all over the bar. Must have got a vein or an artery. The thing is, I didn't even fucking well mean to do that to the cunt. It was just a fucking lucky bonus. Lucky for him, 'cause I wanted it to be slower. Wanted to hear him fucking squeal and plead and beg like they bairns he beasted probably did. But the only screaming I hear comes from that daft cunt's second prize as the beast's blood pumps out, and one of the old cunts goes, Jesus Christ! I spins around and tans sex across the fucking jaw to stop him wailing like a fucking daft wee lassie. Fucking shut it, you! Now the beast's staggering against the bar and falling down, its blood pumping out over the line of flare. Second prize is standing back with the jukebox reciting some daft fucking prayer. Out of order, Franco, Charlie goes, shaking his head. Beast or nae fucking beast, this is my pub. I just looks at the cunt and points a finger. Second prize is still saying a fucking prayer, the raj. Listen, I says to Charlie and the two old boys, that cunt's a beast. Could have been your bairn or mine next, I goes. And the cunt kicks out and dies, and it feels all sorty peaceful. And I feel like I'm a fucking saint or something. So, Charlie, I goes, gie us 10 minutes, then phone the police. It was two young cunts that topped the boy, I tells every cunt. Any cunt grasses, and grasses over a beast, well, it'll no just be them that gets it. It'll be every cunt they fucking well can. You got that? Charlie goes, nobody's grassing up nae cunt over a fucking beast, Franco. All I'm saying is that I'm trying to run a fucking business. Mind, it's only been 5 or 6 years since that Johnny Broughton shot that boy dead in this very fucking bar. How does that look for me? I fucking ken that, Charlie, but it can't be fucking well helped. I'll see you all right, you ken that, I says, heading over and bolting the front door shut. Didn't want Spud or any other cunt walking in here the now. I gets a cloth from behind the bar and wipes the edge of the table and the queue and all the boys. I empties out our pint glasses and washes them. I turns back to second prize. Rab, we're out the back. Come on. Mind, Charlie, 10 minutes, then the phone call. We werenna here, right? I gaze round at the two old cunts. One's Jimmy Doig, the other's Dickie Stewart. They'll no say now. And Charlie's miffed about the fucking mess with the police and that, but he's nae grass. I'd gie the place a good dusting, Charlie, I goes. I mean, a beast's been in here, eh? Dinna ken what's fucking infected, I says, turning to the old boys. One of them's cool, the other cunt's shaking. You's all right? Aye, Frank, aye, son, nae bother, the cool boy, Jimmy Doig, says. Old Dickie twitches a bit, but manages to get out. All right, Frank, son. Then we're out the back, out through a wee yard, gone into a side alley, making sure that nae cunts are in the street or looking out for the flats above. Getting out, we head up to Spud's, and I'm hoping that late cunt'll still be in the hoose. I tell second prize to fuck off back up the town, 'cause he's shaking like that shaking Stevens, the boy that fucking did the bad Elvis impersonations on the top of the Pops. Spud's on the stairs, and he's way out, all worried when he sees us. Franco, sorry I'm late, man. I got stuck on the phone with Ali, trying to sort things out. I was just on my way down to Nichols. I've not even been doing myself yet. I was just up the town with second prize. Cunt didn't want to come down to Leith. No, I goes. Says he'd get involved with the peeve again. He just looks at us and says, Oh. Then he asks us, You wanted to ken something? About June? Fuck it, it's now, I goes. Then says to him, Listen, I can't come with you down to Nichols. I've had a bit of an argument with the bird and I need to get back and see her. But I've got to go round my bra Joe's first. Right. I'm just going to go down the Port Sunshine for one then. See Ali and that. Aye, I goes. Fucking birds, eh? And I leaves him at the bottom of the stair and heads round to Joe's, hoping that nosy hoorie a wife of his isn't in, as a fucking ambulance and 2 police cars head screeching down the fucking walk.
Part 3. Exhibition.
59. Whores of Amsterdam, Part 7. I'm back in Amsterdam, but it doesn't feel like home anymore. I'm wondering if that's because I'm not with Diane, or because I am with that lying cunt sick boy. Either way, pull or push, the dam's not the refuge it once was. I could hardly pull myself away from her to get on that plane with him. The way her love made me fearless. Even my Begbie paranoia was waning dangerously. The cunt could have been stalking me with an axe during those leafy walks along the Colinton Dell, for all I knew or cared. When I first met her, she was just a hip, precocious schoolie, which is a lot more than I was. I was just a wanker. Diane, now, but she's a woman. Cool and intelligent. Not really the mad raver I thought she'd be, but smart, bookish, and therefore sexier than ever. Diane. I'm no daft enough to think that it's fate or destiny. Looking back to then, if I'm being honest, I can't distinguish her from any other lassies I went with. It's the now I'm interested in. The way she puts her glasses down her nose and looks over them when I've said something she finds doubtful. The way I call her owl eyes and she refers to me as ginger nuts, which really is a terrible sign. Even more frightening is the fact that I quite like it. If we've been together long enough for that kind of nonsensical intimacy, well, evidently. I love her. And I think she feels the same way about me. She says she does. And I think that she's honest enough both to know her own heart and not to lie about things like that. You can't lie to your soul. I've left messages for Catherine, asking when would be the best time to pick up some stuff. She hasn't replied. I see Martin, and we go over to the flat in Brouwersgracht, and I let myself in. We load up some of my personal stuff into his van, which I'll store at the office. The rest she can keep. As the last box is loaded up, I feel great, like I've got away with everything. Sick boy, whom I left in the hotel, has been harassing me on the mobile. We get to Mrs. editing suite, and he's already sitting there going through the rushes with a tetchy guy called Jack, who's a mate of Mrs. Sick boy is using Mrs. facilities, yet being completely offhand and unpleasant to the guy. It's embarrassing. In order to salvage the situation, I take Miz out for some lunch. Sick boy seems happy at that. Yet when he arrives at an appointed brown bar later, his face is still tripping him. Miz has been nothing but enthusiastic about the film, and is going on about how we should give a copy to his friend, Lars Lavish, the top gonzo porn operator. Lars will be at the Cannes Film Festival, he sings. We will get together with him. When I call her Simon at the bar, I ask him, what have you got against Miz? Would you rather edit the video on Nidri? Because that's where we'll be if you don't sort your fucking attitude out. That sleazebag makes my flesh creep, he snorts. No way is he connected with a main player like Lars Lavish. He's not bullshitting. He can help us get exhibited at top porn festivals like Cannes. Aye, right, Sick boy says under his breath. I don't need his help to get my movie exhibited anywhere. And if he thinks he's swanning around on the Banana Zuri ticket, he can wank right off now. Aye, we need the cunt at the moment, but that Dutch prick annoys me and his ching isn't very good. With my luck, I'd be the first cunt to get done for smuggling a bit of Percy into Amsterdam. The following day, I call early at his room, but he's left. Predictably, I find him at the editing suite, where he's now being overly obsequious towards Miz. He makes it clear that my input isn't needed, so I head off to the office and start sorting some things out at the club. I reluctantly tell Martin that I'm dissolving the partnership and that he should bring in one of our other associates. He's cool about it. Makes it easy for me. A fucking brilliant man. Later on we meet up in a club with Miz and Sick Boy, who are now doing a nauseating best buddies routine. Well, at least it's better than what went on before, and I'm nice and relaxed. Then I suddenly see Catherine standing over me. I'm about to say something when she throws a drink in my face and lets out a stream of curses. She even tries to assault me, but she's restrained and led away by her friends. I'm shaken, but that cunt sick boy has found the whole thing very amusing. A proper shuriken, so it was, a proper shuriken, he gleefully sings in a put-on nasal Ouija accent as he slaps his thighs. I'm looking at his mocking face, composing myself by thinking about the strange relationship we had, no less arcane through us having been apart over the years. I suppose he was a bit like me. We both knew that decadence was a bad habit for council tenants. A ridiculous habit, in fact. The raison d'etre of our class was simply to survive. Fuck that. Our punk generation, not only did we thrive, we even had the audacity to be disillusioned. From an early age, Sick Boy and I were twisted soul brothers. The scorn, the sneers, the irony, the piss-taking. We had constructed our wee private world long before drink or drugs ever came along and helped us refine and gave the permission to wholeheartedly live in it. We strutted around dripping a cynicism so deep, scornful and profound we felt that nobody got us. Parents, siblings, neighbours, teachers, geeks, hard cunts or hipsters. But it wasn't easy to develop a repertoire of decadence in the fort or the banana flats. Drugs were the easiest option. Then they started to take, began to gnaw away at the dreams they once nourished, nurtured and fortified, crumbling at the life they had allowed us access to. And it all got too much like hard fucking work. And hard work was something we both strove to avoid. Now what I fear isn't the heroin, it's not the drugs, but this weird symbiotic relationship we have with each other. I'm concerned that it has a dynamic which will draw us right back into the slaughter, now more than ever, after what Spud told me about Franco. But Sick Boy has worked hard on the edit, no doubt about it. It gave me the chance to get a lot of my shit done with the club. Have you got a copy here I can look at? I ask him. He grinds his teeth slowly. No, don't think so, somehow. I'm keeping it all under wraps until I show everybody the nearest damn it final cut. Oh aye, and when will that be then? Hopefully when we get back to Leith. The morn's morn, first thing, down the pub in Leith. His pub in Leith. Just because the cunt doesn't think I'll be there. So why? I ask, sitting forward in the chair. The big need to shroud everything in secrecy? The cheeky cunt is still pompous to the last. Because while you've been acting Mr. Clubland and Boy Birrell's been at home playing happy families, some poor doss fucker, he points at himself, has been sitting at an editing suite until their eyes nip putting this movie together. I'm fucked if I'm having you doing a Barry Norman on me, then showing Birrell and getting the same treatment from him, then Nicky, then Terry. No, fuck on. I'll take all the cudgels at once, thank you. He evidently thinks I'll be taking the cudgels if I meet Begbie down in Leith. Let the cunt just try and set me up.
'60. A Simon David Williamson film. There's a blunt, drilling throb behind one of my eyes. I'm in the shower trying to wash away another hangover, wishing somehow that the cascading jets of water could be absorbed, internalised, that instant rehydration could take place. Picking up a bottle of shower gel, squishing that gungy, synthetically herbal-flavoured detergent into the palm of my hand, working it over my body, worrying about my stomach, if it's losing its tautness. I'm thinking gym squared. Moving down to my minge, trying to be functional, businesslike, trying not to think about Simon, his dark eyebrows, chiselled Italian face, glacier smile, and the sweet words from those snake lips. Most of all, though, the magnetic pool of those large eyes, brown but seeming all black, all pupil. How even in disapproval they never seem to shrink or avert, they just lose their brilliant sheen, develop a dull tarnish so that you can no longer see your reflection in them, like you don't exist, like you've been snuffed out. I'm trying to concentrate on the radio perched on the bath, A gushing, sycophantic presenter is asking a young woman about her favourite records and what these tunes mean to her. I immediately recognise those milky, insipid, slightly adenoidal tones that respond. When she mentions that record, that shit record, I know it's her before I hear the presenter say her name. Jive Bunny and the Master Mixers, Swing the Mood. Oh, I love this track. It just... I don't know. You know when you have a song when you're at an age where everything seems possible? Well, I was 14 and my gymnastics career was really starting to take off. Carolyn Cunting Pavitt. Carolyn Pavitt and I were once, inverted commas, best friends. It was a tag other people gave us, parents, teachers, peers, but most of all, coaches. All because little Nicky and Carolyn went to gymnastics together. But although we became bundled together through our joint participation in the sport, we never felt this great friendship ourselves. As good little girls, we were seen as kindred spirits. In reality, right from the off, we were deadly rivals. As teenage gymnasts, we seriously competed. At first I was better than gawky Carolyn, although the ugly duckling did turn into a swan when she hit the mat. The problem was that when adolescence descended on us, I got the tits and she got the trophies. And now I realise that I've turned the shower down as cold as it'll go, and I can't hear the voice of Britain's Carolyn Pavitt any more. All I can feel is the searing cold, the heaviness, the heaving in my chest, and I think I'm going to pass out, but I step out of the shower gasping. I switch off the radio and rub myself with the towel as a warm, compensatory glow spreads from my core to the extremities of my skin. Oh, you cunt, Carolyn Pavitt. I go through to my room and get dressed, wondering which jumper to wear, the tight cashmere or the shapeless angora. I think about the need for gym work and opt for the latter. I wonder which one she would have picked. But nothing can get me down today for long because I'm full of excitement. Simon phoned very late last night telling me to be at the pub for 9:30 this morning because he's showing a cut of the movie. I think of Carolyn. You can stick your Commonwealth bronze up your arse, you soon-to-be arthritic cow. When I get down to Leith, Simon is highly animated. It's obvious that he's been snorting cocaine. He kisses me on the mouth, winking greedily as he pulls away. Rab's here as well, and we talk about the coursework. He's done better than me, I expect. I tell him I think that I failed because I didn't do enough work. We chat at a mundane level, but his look, slightly judging and pitying at the same time, is making me feel queasy. I sit down beside Mel, Gina, Terry and Curtis. Mark Renton comes in, looking very tense and furtive, and Simon shouts, "The Rent boy finally makes it to Leith. We should get the rest of the old crew along, a wee Leith pub crawl." Mark ignores him, nods at me and exchanges greetings with the others. Simon's over to the bar pouring some drinks while still going on at Mark. "I was wondering when you'd work up the bottle to show your face down here. Sneak a taxi right down to the door, eh? I wouldn't have missed my old buddy's directorial debut for the world." Mark half sneers. "Especially when he's assured me of my safety." There's something going on here, but Simon just responds to Mark's obvious aggression with a pregnant smirk. "Right, who are we missing? Miguel said he'd be here." He turns to see Mikey Forrester entering, resplendent in an unfeasibly brilliant white tracksuit and dripping gold, followed by Wanda. "Ah, speak of the devil. Miguel! Just in time, come and join us. Dressed for success, I see," he says sarcastically. Forrester seems not to notice, in fact seems elated, until he registers Mark Renton. There's a frozen, ugly little pause before they exchange cold, reluctant nods. The only person seemingly oblivious to the frosty atmosphere is Simon. "Here we go, folks," he roars triumphantly as he rips open a box of videocassettes and hands us one each. Simon then racks up some lines, but everybody except Terry and Forrester refuse. "All the more for the heavyweights," he says, a mix of relief and contempt in his voice, But we're not reacting, as we're scrutinising our video box covers in disbelief. For me, the sense of disappointment and betrayal is absolutely fucking sickening. I see the cover and get the first sniper's bullet in my heart. My face with that makeup, larger than life, gaudier, tackier, with that cheap print colour used. More importantly, he'd used the picture he promised he wouldn't, the one where one tit looks smaller than the other. I look like a camp transvestite or the blow-up doll he bought Curtis. That garish, ugly picture, and the big lettering, Nicky Fuller-Smith in 7 rides for 7 brothers. What really gets me, though, are the credits. A Simon David Williamson film, produced by Simon David Williamson, directed by Simon David Williamson, written by Simon David Williamson with Nicky Fuller-Smith and Rab Birrell. The others evidently feel the same way as I do. We get the picture, Rab says, shaking his head, throwing his copy of the video back in the box. No, he gets the picture. I fume, looking from the case of videos to Simon and back again. My lungs feel tight, and my fingernails are digging into my palms. How easy it is now to think of my Simon, my lover, as sick boy. The grumblings intensify, but he's pretending not to hear. He's just whistling nonchalantly as he removes another video cassette from the box. What the fuck did you have to do with the screenplay? Rab asks urgently. Where's the high production values in the packaging? It looks shite, he says, kicking the box. No, Sick Boy is completely unapologetic. You're very ungrateful children, he scoffs, imperiously. I could have put Terry down as co-director and Rents as co-producer, but they want just one name to deal with it for contact purposes, to stop the business side of the operation getting unwieldy. That way it's silly cunt here, he points indignantly at himself, who gets lumbered, and this is all the fucking thanks I get. What did you have to do with the screenplay? Rab asks again in a slow, even tone, looking over at me. It needed some changes. As director, producer and editor, I had that right. Terry glances swiftly towards Renton, who raises his eyebrows. Terry's head moves back and his eyes scan the nicotine-yellow ceiling. I'm crumbling inside. Not so much at the betrayal, but at Simon's arrogant ease with it. He's standing there in his black t-shirt, trousers and shoes like a dark angel, arms folded, looking down at us like we're some shite off his shoe. I've given myself over to a total bastard. We sit in a silence, now tinted with a greater sense of foreboding, as an excited, wired-up sick boy loads a tape into the machine. He kisses the cover of the video box. We are in. We have product. We live, he says softly. Then he goes out to the window, looks down at the busy, bustling street below and screams out, "Yez hear that? We live!" I'm watching it, sitting next to Mel and Gina, the first edited copy we've seen of our work. It starts off as we thought, with the television scene, where Mel and I are getting it on. I can't help thinking that my body looks really good. Lithe, tanned, supple. I more than hold my own with Mel, who's 5 years younger than me. I glance around the room to try and gauge the reactions. Terry now looks sassy and smug, losing himself in the porn. Curtis, Mel and Ronnie are anticipatory, and Rab and Craig uncomfortable. Renton and Forrester are inscrutable. Gina seems awkwardly excited, almost bashful. Then it moves into the works canteen, where the brothers are chatting about their trip to Glassborough. It seems like an amateurish, ham-fisted tribute to the intro scene of Reservoir Dogs, but it somehow works. As it progresses, it's still looking okay, although Simon's muttering about grading and proper copies. We move into the scene where Simon and I are on the train, then fucking in what is supposedly the train toilet, but in reality is the shit house here.
Whoa, Terry goes. Check that fucking arse.
Then he turns to me and smiles.
Sorry, Nick.
I wink back at him, because I'm starting to feel better. It's much as we expected, and to be fair to Simon, he has edited it quite well. The whole thing moves along at a fair pace, although the acting is poor. Curtis's stammer painfully evident on a couple of occasions, and you can tell that Rab is unimpressed with the picture quality. It does have something, though. A certain energy. It's only when we get about 3/4 of the way through that I realise Mel is fucking livid. I hear her going, "No, that's no right," almost to herself. I turn and see her sitting speechless as we watch her sucking on Curtis's huge cock. But she's sucking it after he's just fucked her up the arse.
"What's this?"
she shrieks.
"What's what?"
Sick Boy says.
"The way you've put that together, it makes it look like I've sucked his cock after it's been up my arse,"
she snarls at Sick Boy. And now it's me, getting this same edited treatment. A close-up of my face, then a cut to Curtis's cock, which looks like it's going in and out of my arsehole, but it's another take of Mel's arsehole.
"Nobody fucked me up the arse. What the fuck is this, Simon?"
"Aye," Curtis says supportively.
"You didn't want to do that, but I know."
"It's just the way it's edited," Sick Boy says. "Creativity. We used outtakes of Mel getting fucked up the arse, and we were able in the editing suite to colour Mel's buttock flesh to match yours." I repeat myself, hearing my voice rising in a horrible panic.
"I said nobody fucked me up the arse. Why did the scenes need to be put in that sequence? That's not me, it's Mel."
Sick Boy's shaking his head. "Look, it was an editorial decision, a creative decision. You didn't want to get fucked up the arse as an actor, and neither you did. Do you think that Ving Rhames actually got fucked up the arse by that guy that played Zed in Pulp Fiction?"
"No, but this is a porn movie."
"It's a movie," Simon says. "We faked it. We did what Tarantino did with Ving Rhames, 'cause Ving faked it too. Did he turn around to Tarantino and go, 'Oh, I don't want to do that scene because people might think I'm a bufty boy'? Did he, fuck?"
"No!" I'm screaming, "because this is different. It's a porn movie, and in porn the expectation is that the performers don't fake it. They perform the sex acts."
"Well, Nicky, we took advice from some experienced pornographers in Holland and down in the smoke. Mark and myself thought, well, you know." I turn to Mark, who raises his palms. "Leave me you to this," he says to Simon. "You're the big supremo it says on the cover." He picks up and brandishes a video box. Now Rab's intervening angrily on our behalf, pointing at Simon and saying, "It's no fair, Simon. We had an agreement. You stitched up the lassies there." Mel's ready to implode, sitting there, gripping the armrests on the chair.
"It makes us look like fucking slappers. I didn't ken any lassie who'd suck a boy's cock after just having it up her arse."
Terry looks coolly at her. "There are birds that do that. Take my word," he contends. She seems unnerved by this.
"Aye, but no on video, Terry. Not for the world to see."
Simon sinks his hands into the pockets of his black leather trousers in order to stop them windmilling. "Look, people know that it doesn't work like that in the sequence of the film. They ken that once you've fucked somebody up the arse, you wash your knob before you put it in her mouth or her fanny."
"But that wasn't the way it was written in the fucking script,"
Mel says, standing up and shouting,
"You fucking tricked us!"
Sick Boy withdraws his hands from his pockets.
"Nobody tricked anybody,"
he shouts, slapping his forehead with the palm of his hand. "Editing's a creative process. It's a craft, an art, designed to maximise the erotic experience. I was at that editing suite for 4 days and nights, my eyes fucking stinging, and this is the shite I get. I need creative freedom to edit the material. Yous are fascists." Now the pair of them are screaming at each other.
"You fucking slimy cunt!"
Mel roars. Gina says, "Calm down," but she's dripping schadenfreude.
"Shut it, you fucking prima donna,"
Simon's saying back at Mel, and now he's looking ugly in a way I never thought he would. Not the cool, entrepreneurial type I see him as, but a nasty, boorish tenner-penny thug. But Mel's not intimidated because she's become somebody else as well as she takes a step forward and screams at him, "You snidey cunt!" They stand a few feet away from each other bawling, and I can't take this. The sheer screeching volume of them both and how they are so comfortable operating at this level. It's like childhood nightmares, where your parents would turn into demonic caricatures of themselves. Gina's got a hold of Mel and Rab's placating sick boy, who's slapping his own head, or rather, head-butting the palm of his hand. Terry looks wearily at Mark. Mikey Forrester says some dumb things in support of Simon, then something to Mark about him being a beggar or going to see beggars. Mark snaps back in anger. "That's always been your style, you sneaky fucking grassing cunt." Mikey shouts out something to Mark about stealing from his own, and I shudder in case he means something about our 1690 fiddle. Now they're all shouting and pointing and jostling at each other. I can't handle this. I head out and go downstairs to the bar and out into the street. I'm taking gulps of the fetid, exhaust-fume-filled spring air as I storm up Leith Walk, wanting to put as much distance between myself and them as I can. I don't even think anybody saw me leave. I'm heading up into town, trudging through a strong, biting, cold wind, thinking that we live in such boring times. That's our tragedy. Nobody, except destructive exploiters like Sick Boy or bland opportunists like Carolyn, has any real passion. Everybody else is just so beaten down by the crap and mediocrity around them. If the word in the 80s was me, and in the 90s it, in the millennium it's ish. Everything has to be vague and qualified. Substance used to be important, then style was everything. Now it's all just faking it. I thought they were real, Simon and the rest of them. It hits me like an iron fist in the chest that in this global communications village, somehow, in some way, my father's going to see me getting a butt fuck I didn't actually get. I hate the idea of having anal sex. As a woman, it's a negation of your femininity. Most of all, I loathe being a fake. My family, the boys at the uni, some of the bitter, immature little nothings I've knocked back, all wanking off at the image in their bedsits. Others thinking they know all about me, all about my sexuality from that image. McClement, once his wife goes up to bed, will sit with the handset and a scotch, pulling his wire at the image of me getting it up the arse. Take a seat, Miss Fuller-Smith, or perhaps you may prefer to remain standing. Colin will see it, maybe even come up to the flat. Nicky, I saw the video. I understand everything now. About you finishing with me. It was a cry for attention which I didn't see. You're obviously hurt and confused. A car races past, and a volley of slush batters my side, trickling ice-cold down my boots. When I get home, I'm miserable, and Lauren's in. In fact, she's just getting up, still in her dressing gown. I'm carrying a copy of the video and I sit down on the couch next to her. "Give us a fag," I almost plead. She turns, see the tears in my eyes. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" I throw the video into her lap. The racking sobs start and I fall into her and she's hugging me. I'm crying heavily now, but it's like somebody else is doing it. All I'm doing is feeling her warmth and her fresh smells through my bubbling, snot-filled nasal cavities. "Don't worry, Nicky. It'll be all right," she coos. I want to be closer to the heat of her. I want to be in that heat, in the centre of that flame, protected by it, away from everything that might hurt me. I grip tighter on her, so strongly I hear a slight squawking noise involuntarily come from her. I want her to be... I raise my head to kiss her. She returns my kiss, a tentative fear in her eyes. I want her to be free, not the stiff way she always is. I want her to stretch and bend. But when my hand goes down to her flat belly and starts caressing it, she stiffens and pushes me away. "Don't, Nicky, please don't do that." My body stiffens as much as hers. It's like we've both just done a strong line of coke. "I'm sorry, I thought it was what you wanted. I thought it was what you always wanted." Lauren shakes her head in a look of uncomprehending shock. You really thought that I was a dyke? That I fancied you? Why? Why can't you accept that people can really like you, even love you, without wanting to fuck you? Is your self-esteem that low? Is it? I don't know, but I do know that I'm not taking this from her. Who does she think she is? Who the fuck do they think they are? Carolyn Pavitt on a question of sport, sick boy Simon poncing around like he's a movie mogul. Now it's Lauren, moralising little Lauren, all tease until she gets what she thinks she wants, then runs a fucking mile. Lauren, you're 19. You've just read the wrong books and talked to the wrong people. Be 19, don't be your mum, it's not appropriate. Don't talk to me about appropriate, not when you tried to do that to me. She bats back, an unbowed retort, all arrogant in her chastity. In weak response, I can only think of a dippy thing to say. So sex between women isn't appropriate, is that what you're saying? Don't be fucking stupid. You're not a lesbian and neither am I, don't play stupid games. She says. I fancy you a bit, though, I say meekly, now feeling like it's Lauren who's the big sister and me who's the silly little virgin. Well, I don't fancy you. Behave yourself and fuck somebody who wants to fuck you, and preferably not because there's money changing hands on either side. She scoffs, standing up and heading to the window. Now I feel a deadening thud in my chest. You need shagged, I tell her, getting up and charging through towards the bedroom just as Diane comes in the front door. She's had her hair cut, page boy style. It suits her. Hello, Nikki. She smiles, struggling with the keys, her purse and some folders, her lips puckering in impish delight at what she's just obviously heard. At that point, Lauren's voice screams out after me. Yeah, it's really done you a power of good, all those cocks! Diane raises her eyebrows. Oh, did I just miss something interesting? I manage a weak smile in her direction as I head from my room where I collapse onto my bed. I'm not doing porn again. I'm never going to that fucking sauna again either.
61. Rejection. I'm beyond pain. I'm like my whole body's got a toothache. 'Cause it was Chizzy, the boy that got done. It said so in the paper. And I ken we done him and all. And worse than that, I ken we set the whole thing up. Nae mates, nae bird, nae nothing Murphy here. 'Cause I can't get away from it. Mr. Murphy with Mrs. Murphy and Child Murphy pure doesn't exist anymore, man. It's now back to Spud, the solitary cat, the loser. Ali doesn't want to talk to us now, man. Won't even let me see Andy. Things have gone, man. From bad to sort of worse. I went down to Port Sunshine the other night to explain things, this time dead straight. I thought she'd be pleased to hear about the cash and all my plans for it. But all she said was, I don't want to go anywhere with you right now, Danny. And I don't want my son taken anywhere on drugs money. It isn't drugs money, it's... And I see sick boy and Juice Terry come out for the back door with a pile of videos and head out. It's for work. Oh aye, what sort of work? This is work, Danny, she says, looking around as a guy comes in at opening time and she serves him. And I'd appreciate if you didn't come in here when I was trying to get on with it. So that was me, back home to this lonely old gaff again. I'm thinking about this cat in a suit I overheard in Bernard Street the day. My computer's crashed, I've lost everything. I feel like the gadge and like his computer, man. And the house is a bit of a tip, like say it must be said. You get pure depressed on your own. I need to get Zappa back, man. I pure thought I'd just neglect the boy, but now I need the company. And I phone rents again, but it's like his mobile switched off. The Port Sunshine's about as far as I've been since I heard the news about Chizzy. I mean, I thought there might be bother, but I never kent that now like that would happen. I want to get the story, but no for Begbie. I pure didn't want to see that cat again. I want to try and Fine second prize, but no. I'm no hanging about Leith with Franco around. Oh, Chizzy, man. What have I done to Chizzy? Bleak, man. Bleak as. Then suddenly there's a wee ray of light, and I rush right into it. The post comes, and it's a letter, no a bill. You can tell straight away. It was for the publisher, because it had a wee stamp with Scott Farr Publishing on it. So I'm thinking that this must mean that they're going to do it. They're going to publish the history of Leith. I can't wait to show Ali. That'll get her thinking about Disneyland. I'll just walk into the pub and flash that letter around, especially when Sick Boy's in. Oh yeah, man, oh yeah. I'll soon be on the telly talking about it likes. I might even get a cash advance. Oh, man, I'm thinking I'd better open this envelope dead carefully in case there's a cheque in there. And I had it up to the light, but it's too thick to see anything, so I open it up. There's no cheque, but they wouldn't send them together anyway. That fee stuff needs to be negotiated later on, but Ken. Scott Farr Publishing Limited, 13 Kale Yard Grove, Edinburgh EH3 6NH. Your reference, 1st of April. Dear Mr. Murphy, Re-History of Leith. Thank you for your manuscript, which I just finished reading. Unfortunately, it's not quite what we're looking for at the moment, and after some deliberation we have decided against publishing. Yours sincerely, Alan Johnston Hogg. That's a bad one, man. I sit there, just like stunned, feeling all raw and hollowed out for the inside. It's like when you've been knocked back by a bird you fancy. Know that that's happened to me for a long time, being with Ali likes, but like you've been into a lassie for ages and you sort of go, alright, what about the likes of you and me, like say? And she goes, nah, no way, fuck off. Rejection, man. Then I sort of look at it again like that. Now, I'm thinking, but was it a rejection? I mean, the boy says it took them some time to decide to knock it back, after some deliberation, which means they thought about taking it, man. Then they didn't want it at the moment, and that reads to me like they might want it for Def One a few weeks or maybe a couple of months' time, once the state of the market changes and all that. So I goes to the phone and I calls the boy up. Is there an Alan Johnson Hogg there? A woman's voice, not really posh, mere sort of put-on posh, goes, who's calling? I'm a writer he's expressed an interest in, and I'm following up his correspondence, Ken. Well, there's a bit of a lull, and then this really posh voice comes on and goes, Johnson Hogg, can I help you? Posh cats make us dead nervous if I stop and think about it, but I just goes, nah, and I pure fires in. Hi, my name's Murphy, Danny Murphy, but I get called Spud, Ken. I sent you a manuscript, likes. I just wasn't sure about what the letter meant, Ken. Yes. He sort of sniggers down the phone. The history of Leith, wasn't it? Aye. I ken you'll think I'm daft, but I was just, like, say, trying to work out what you meant in that letter of yours, man. Well, I think it was fairly explicit. Well, I beg to differ, likes, mate. Because you says that you didn't want it at the moment, so to me, that means that you might want it later. So, likes, when is it that you think you might want it? There's a sort of coughing noise on the line, then the boy speaks. I'm sorry if I seemed ambiguous, Mr. Murphy. To be more frank, it's quite an immature work, and you're not really yet up to a publishable standard. What do you mean, man? Well, the grammar, the spelling. Aye, but are yous no meant to sort all that out? To say nothing of the subject matter not being right for us. But yous have published history books about Leith before. I can feel my voice going all high, 'cause it's no fair. It just isn't. It's no fair. Nout's fair. Those are serious works by disciplined writers. The boy snaps. This is a badly written celebration of yob culture and of people who haven't achieved anything noteworthy in the local community. Where's to say that? Sorry, Mr. Murphy, your book is no good and I have to get on. Goodbye. And the gads just hangs up on us. Or 8 weeks. Or 8 months. That I was kidding myself. I was doing something important, something big, and what the hell for? For now, for a pile of useless shite just like me. I grabbed my original copy of this rubbish and stuck it in the fireplace and set it alight and watched that wee part of my life go up in smoke like the rest of it. Looking at the flames, I think about Chizzy. I killed Chizzy. A bad cat, but he didn't deserve that. Even though it was Begbie, really. It had to be Begbie. The state he was in when he came up to mine that night. Said he was coming for town, but I didn't believe that. When I'm pure sitting here, the cash burning a hole in my pocket, so I goes up the street, 'cause Begbie never drinks past Powrig, and into the old salt, where I sees cousin Dode and the poor cat's looking as done as me. He's no as filly a sell as usual. He looks Donald Ducked. I can't understand it, Spud. I thought I had plenty of cash left over for trades. I was planning to take my daughter away, but I was brassic, cleaned out. I can't even afford the fucking week at Butlin's. Now she'll no even let me see her away. I can't make the fucking mortgage, can't keep up the maintenance payments. I knew I'd been tanning it a bit, but I'm about $1,000 down that I can't account for. It's fucking diabolical. Can't even get away on our holidays. Poor Dode. Good cat, like say. He was helped us out. It was out of order to do that to the boy. The world would be a better place without useless, scruffy, junky Murphy. Killer of Chizzy. Destroyer of cousin Dode. Poor Ali. Me Andy even. Dode tries to protest as I slip him 300 quid. No, Spud, no. Take it, man. I'm flush now and you've always helped me out, I say to the boy. I can't look at him in the eye as I head off ski. I hear him saying to this old boy, see that man there? That man's a fucking saint, so he is. And I'm thinking, if only he knew, man. If only he knew. And I need to do one last good thing, man, just one last good thing. And I gets home and the first thing I sees is that book lying there. That Crime and Punishment. '62. Whores of Amsterdam Part 8. It was strangely good to see Ali again, here in the city cafe. Strangely, because although we were in the same posse, on the junk together and all that, we never really hit it off for some reason. I think that she always saw through me. Always felt that I was a hypocrite, a winner who played at being a loser. I, a bright, upwardly mobile cunt who would one day fuck off and leave a pile of shite behind them for everybody else to clean up. She perhaps grasped my nature before I worked it out myself. Maybe I surprised her though, sorting out Spud like that. Never thought they'd end up together. Although, end up isn't the right term because it's no happening just now. Mark, she says, and embraces me with a simple warmth that makes me feel awkward. Hiya, Ali, this is Diane. Diane, this is Simon. Diane greets Ali warmly, and Sick Boy with more reserve, and I'm thinking that my tip-off about him seems to have worked, although she makes her own mind up on such matters. It's probably more Nicky who's turned her off him, as he almost pleaded, "Come for a drink in town, Mark. Nicky's taking the straw up, won't return my calls." I thought, serves you right, you cunt. It was only when he said he'd bring Ali along that I acquiesced. This is cosy, Sick Boy says. More of the old crew back together. I ought to have invited Francois along, he sniggers, looking sideways at me. I'm trying not to react, but I've been realising that if Begbie's still as raj as they say, and from what I've heard he's even crazier than ever, then my old pal, Sick Boy, my business partner, the cunt I squared up with the money, has effectively been trying to kill me. It goes way beyond treachery, way past revenge. And now he's buzzing, obviously well coked up. Ali pulls me aside, but I can hardly hear what she's saying as I strain to listen to Sick Boy bending Diane's ear. Nicky speaks very highly of you, you know, Diane. I like her a lot, Diane says, patiently. And Lauren, too. That, in rap parlance, is a bitch with problems. Sick Boy sniggers, his shoulders shaking. Then he says, Fancy a toot, Di? I'll slip you this rap and you and Ali can go into the Girly Whirlies room. No thanks, Diane says, in a calm, disengaged manner. She doesn't like Sick Boy. This is fucking great. She genuinely does not like the man one little bit. And now I can see that his powers have waned. The face is fleshier, the sparkle in the eyes less evident, the decisive movements made jerkier and less fluid through age, cocaine. Fine by me. Sick Boy grins and raises his palms. Happy that any mind games he attempts with Diane will be easily repelled, I can now give Ali my full attention. It's got to be said, though, that the cunt makes it difficult when I hear him say things to her like, I don't think that you can compare a waster like Robert Burns with the great contemporary Scottish poets of today. Diane's shaking her head, staying cool, but reacting nonetheless. That's rubbish. Who are the great poets of today? Name me one that's better than Burns. Sick Boy shakes his head vigorously and waves a dismissive hand. I'm Italian, I prefer to think in a feminine way, emotionally, rather than get into all that anal referencing thing that the North European men indulge in. I can't recall the names, don't want to, but I read a book of modern Scottish poetry once and it shat on anything Burns has ever done. But it's obvious by his raised voice and sideways glances that he wants to get me involved. So I'm trying to keep concentrating on Ali, and I think she's got the same idea. I've never seen you look so well, Mark, she says. Thanks. I give her hand a squeeze. And you're looking fantastic. How's the bairn? Which one? Andy's fine. The other one I've just given up on. She shakes her head sadly. He's no black on the gear again, is he? I ask, feeling genuinely uneasy at the prospect. He seemed okay when we had that drink. Well, wasted, but no skagged. Poor Spud. I'll never meet a better guy, a more strangely vulnerable but good-hearted man. But he's been so fucked up for so long, it's like the essence of him is harder to find now, outside the drugs. The good intentions will still be there, lining the route of his personal journey to Hades. He really is a form of humanity that has been rendered obsolete by the New Order, but he's still a human being. Cigarettes, alcohol, heroin, cocaine, speed, poverty, and media mind-fucking, capitalism's weapons of destruction are more subtle and effective than Nazism's, and he's powerless against them. I don't know, and I'm starting not to care, she says, unconvincingly. Because that's the problem with that sick fucking puppy. You do have to care about him, and he'll just fuck up and fuck you up again. He's probably caused in his own way more hurt than Begbie, Sick Boy, Second Prize and me all put together ever could. And even though I've not hung out with him properly for yonks, I know this. I know that he'll always be the same. But Ali cares, all right. That's why she's now crushing my hand in the two of hers, and I'm seeing the lines around her brown eyes, but they're still full of fire, and she still looks beautiful. Yes, she does. Ali's lovely, and that should be enough for Murphy. Speak to him, Mark. You were his best pal. He always looked up to you. It's always been Mark this, Mark that. Only because I've been away, Ali. It's no been me as I am, I've just been a rescue fantasy. I know how he thinks. She doesn't even try to contradict this, which is fucking disturbing. Now I feel guilty that I'm undermining him when I should be sticking up for him. He's worse now, Mark. I don't even think it is secure. That's the saddest thing about it all. He's just so depressed. His self-esteem is rock bottom. If he doesn't have any self-esteem with a bird like you on his arm, then he's crazy, I say, feeling the need to keep things light. Exactly, Sick Boy says loudly, cutting in, then turning to her. I'm glad you and Murphy are history, Ali. Then, with a sudden violence of movement, he springs to his feet and bounds over to the jukebox. To my horror, he puts on Elvis Costello's Alison and starts looking straight over at her. It's so fucking embarrassing. And Diane and I didn't ken what the fuck to do. He slides over to the bar and orders another round of brandies, and we're all looking at each other, thinking about running away. Then he moves off to the toilet, gesturing at me, and I get up and tentatively follow him down, where he's commandeered a cubicle. Calm down there, mate, I say, as he racks up 4 lines on the cistern. You're embarrassing, Ali. He ignores me, then fires back one of the lines. I'm Italian, I'm fucking passionate. If those cunts out there, those deadbeat Pictish pricks, can't take this passion, then there are plenty pubs in Leith they can drink in. Her and me... He snorts another line. Ya fucker! Her and me... Oh, hey! Her and me's a kind of fate. Come on, Renton. Come on, pussy fucking Dutch boy. Stop sticking your fucking fingers in a dike and get these up your nose. Without thinking, almost by the conditioning of his voice, I snort them, 1 up each nostril. They are fucking road markers of lines, and I feel my heart thump in my chest like a drum. That was stupid. 'Cause she's getting rode the night. Defo. What do you want to bet that I ride her? Anything you like. Bog Boy's no been giving her the message, and our couple of drinks, she'll be ganting on it. Come on, watch an expert in action, Rents. You never rode her, did you, back in the day? Watch this. Cocaine turns men into their worst ever 18-year-old incarnations. I'm trying to keep it together, trying the best not to let the drug turn me into mine. He heads over to the bar, and I sit down with the lassies, sweating, as he comes across, carrying a tray of more brandies and beers. Fuck me. I watch the terror on Diane and Ali's coupons as he sets down the drinks. I don't want to get too sentimental, he croons and winks at her. Spud and you is no go, Ali. It was always you and me, he said, handing round the glasses. Ali is angry, but she's trying to keep it light. Oh, aye. So you could put me on the game? When did I ever try that with you, Ali? Always treated you like a lady. Sick Boy grins. Diane nudges me. Did you take some cocaine? Just a wee line to stop him for being a pest, I whisper lamely through clenched teeth. Certainly worked, she says caustically. In the meantime, Sick Boy's probing away at Ali, his face puppet-like. Didn't I? Didn't I? Only 'cause you can't tell you to fuck off, Ali says, raising her glass. Then, with a tight smirk, he says, I don't think you ever forgave me for getting that Leslie up the duff. Ali and I can scarcely believe he's saying this. Leslie's baby daughter, Dawn, died of cot death years back, and this is the first time we've heard him admit that the bairn was his. He seemed to realise that he'd said something, and a trace of mild regret flickers across his face before it's extinguished by a cruel sneer. Oh, I hear fae skreel that she's married a straight peg, on to suburban life, 2 kids, like her daughter, her wee Dawn. She never even fucking existed. He spits in disgust. Ali snaps at him. What are you saying? It's the first time I've heard you admit that baby existed. You treated Leslie like shit. She was fucking shit. Couldn't look after the bairn, Sick Boy says, shaking his head. Ali sits in open-mouthed incredulity as I struggle myself to think of something to say. Sick Boy looks at her as if he's ready to dispatch an important lesson. I'll tell you what, Ali, I'm not trying to be wide, but you're the fucking same. If you stay with Murphy, that bairn of yours will be taken into care. Nout surer. That's if the poor wee cunt's no already crawling with a Fuck off, you raj! Alison screams, throwing the brandy in his face. He blinks and wipes himself with his shirt sleeve. She stands above him for a moment or two, curling her fists into balls. Then she storms out the door, Diane rising and following her. A girl from behind the bar, the one who poured the brandies, comes over with a cloth to help Sick Boy. She'll be back, he says, and there's almost a sadness in his voice. Then he adds with a smile, "She works for me and she needs the money." He knocks back the brandy. In a bizarre fear that makes me feel queasy, I keep looking to the door, waiting for Franco to come in. The situation is so desperate that his appearance seems almost inevitable. I was scared, not for myself, not with all this ching in me, but for Diane. That fucking Forrester creeping his arse-looking mouth. Just seeing that cunt at the port sunshine set my fucking teeth on edge. Odds on he'll be hunting for Begbie to blab to him about me being around. Then I'm thinking that if Sick Boy's powers have waned, Franco's might have too. In my mind's eye, I see the upturned palm of my hand rocketing into Franco's nose, pushing it up into his brain. Diane comes in, but without Alison. "She's jumped in a taxi," she explains, adding, "I'd like to go now." "Sure," I said, knocking back the shot. As I looked at her, she appeared not so much uncomfortable or disapproving as bored, and I was impressed by that. I thought about how she didn't need this shite. I cough out my excuses, and we make to leave. Sick Boy doesn't protest at our departure. "Tell Nicky to bail me," he urges, his teeth white and prominent, a grinning caricature of himself. We get out and over to Hunter Square and into a waiting taxi. My pulse throbs uncomfortably with the gear. I'm as high as a kite and we're going nowhere. I know that I'll lie in bed next to her like a surfboard, or sit up watching crap telly all night at Gav's till the rushes run down. Diane's not saying anything, but I realise that for the first time I've fucked her off. I'm not getting into that habit. After a while the silence becomes uncomfortable and I'm moved to break it. "Sorry, love," I say. "Your mate's a cunt," she tells me. I've never heard her use that word before, and somehow it doesn't sound right coming from her lips. Fuck me, I'm getting old. This gear used to make me feel invincible, like there was an iron rod running through me. That rod's still present. It's just that now it also seems to highlight the condition of the flesh around it. Old, chicken, scraggy, crumbling, and above all, mortal. The taxi cruises past the meadows, and I see Begbie at least 3 times before we get to Toll Cross.
"63. If only you'd ease up a little." Here I am, at the sauna I said I wouldn't go back to, and here Bobby is, hassling me again. That's the thing with them, the predators. Whether old or young, handsome or ugly, they are fucking relentless, or rather, relentless about fucking. He's keeping me on because he likes me, he tells me. It's true, my massage technique is rudimentary, and I still can't give a decent handjob. But most of the clients are too desperate to notice my apathy and my lack of technical ability. But now Bobby reckons that it's time I was graduating from jerking off cock to sucking it. "The customers like you. You should be making proper money, hen," he tells me. It's too strange to try to explain that I do more than that with boyfriends, and I do it occasionally with strangers in front of cameras. Why the reticence about a quick blowjob behind closed doors at Miss Argentina? Firstly, I don't want the areas of my life which are free from commercial sex transactions to recede any further than they already have. Everything is in its place, and a place for everything, as my dad says. There's other things to do and to think about doing all day besides sucking cock. Secondly, sad but true, most of the clients are fucking dogs, and even the thought of putting their genitals in your mouth is way beyond repulsive. Bobby, to his great credit, seems to have enough aesthetic and business sense to know that his own presence at what he calls the front of the house lowers the tone. On the subject of lowered tones, I mention that I know Mikey Forrester. His countenance takes on a hostile hue and he replies, "He's a clart, a villain, a junkie. He runs a knocking shop, a cesspit, no a sauna. Tars us all with the same brush." I've never seen his massage parlour. "Massage parlour my arse. He's nae discretion. There's no even any attempt to gie massages. The lassies there wouldn't ken what a massage was. Deals drugs openly, cocaine. If I had my way, scum like that would be closed down. No, they'd be jailed. Then he drops his voice in grave, confidential seriousness. You shouldn't be hanging about with that crowd, nice lassie like you. You're asking for bother. There's one thing about that bunch. Sooner or later they'll drag you down to their level. Tell you that for nowt. I think they already have, as I smile politely. Nobody seems to like Mr. Forrester, and I'm sure it's deserved. When I get back home, I mention this to Mark, who's in the kitchen with Diane cooking a pasta dish. He throws his head back and laughs. Mikey! Is this the pimp? Diane asks. He runs a sauna, I say. Not the one I work out, I add hastily. Could I talk to him sometime? For my dissertation? She asks. Mark can't hide his distaste at the very thought of it. I don't really know him, I tell her. Then I turn to Mark. I recall that there seemed to be a bit of a clash between you two back at the pub. Mikey and I will never be on each other's Christmas card list. Mark grins, scooping some chopped onions, garlic and peppers into a frying pan and stirring frantically as they sizzle. He turns to Diane and me and, as if reading our thoughts, laughs. If you could conceive either of us ever having one. I don't think Mikey, or any of my new friends for that matter, are likely to figure on Bobby's Christmas shopping list. I probably will, though. With Simon now persona non grata, I've been spending more time at the sauna, working as many shifts as I can get, trying to get more cash together. I don't want to ask Simon, as his ostracism since the film debacle has been complete and all-embracing. In Wildian terms, he's been eating his chop alone. To show solidarity with my fellow sex workers, I've been ignoring his phone messages. Strange, disturbing affairs which indicate that he's becoming slightly unhinged. Of course, the unspoken pact between Mark and me is how we have to limit our estrangement from him. After all, we are partners in the scam. Mark and Tim have such a strange relationship. Friends, yet who seem to openly despise each other. While we're eating the lasagna, me, Diane, Lauren and Mark, I can't help sounding off about him. I'm ranting about his tightness with money and his dupliciousness. Mark just says quietly in the face of my rage, "It's always better to get even than angry." He has a point, but I have to admit, though, that for all my bluster, my hostility to Simon is waning dangerously. I miss the intrigue. Lauren, by contrast, still lets her hatred for him rage like a furnace. "He's a user, Nicky. I'm glad you're not getting back to him. He's deranged. Listen to him when he leaves those strange messages on the voicemail. Don't call him." She coughs in a terrible rasping hack. Lauren sounds and looks awful. Even Diane, who never criticises anybody or interferes in their business, is moved to remark, "I don't think that's such a bad idea." Then, turning to Lauren, asks, "Have you got the flu?" "It's just a cough," Lauren says, then turns to me and says, "You're too good for him, Nicky." After a bit, Lauren takes some Lemsip and goes to her bed, really looking terrible, and then Mark and Diane head off, I don't know where, probably back to Mark's for a shag. As the evening draws in, I'm reading, for pleasure, rather than labouring at the sausage machine of academia. I'm so relieved to have finished those exams. As I enjoy Captain Corelli's mandolin, stroking Zappa who's curled onto my lap, I'm trying not to think about Simon when I reread the passage where Corelli makes his first appearance. It's stupid. The character is nothing like him. It's just... it's been a week now. There's a bang on the door and I start, making poor Zappa fly off me in fright. I'm nervous and elated because I know it's him. It has to be. I head down the hallway to the door, playing daft games with myself. If it is him, we're meant to be together games. Hoping it is, and it isn't at the same time. It is. His eyes widen as I open the door, but his lips stay tight. "Nicky, I'm sorry. I've been a bit selfish. Can I come in?" It Seems to me that in my sexual life of a decade or so, I've been through this 1,000,000 times. Why? I say coldly. I suppose you want to talk? He stuns me with his reply. No, I don't want to talk, he says, shaking his head emphatically. It strikes me that Simon looks good, figure quite trim, sunbed tan prominent, with that slightly crinkled look which can be acceptable in the mature man, if he's well groomed. I've talked enough, he says, and he wears that hurt, wounded look which you know is a manipulative shield, but... And it's all been bullshit, he states roundly. I want to listen. I want to hear you talk. That's if you think I'm worth talking to, and, to be frank, I wouldn't blame you at all if you didn't. I look back at him, saying nothing. Okay. He raises his hands and smiles sadly. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the mess I've caused, but I genuinely believed at the time that I was doing everything for the best, he states balefully, before turning and heading back down towards the stairs. A panic grips me in my chest and I can't control what I'm about to say. My head's buzzing, my expectations have been inverted. Simon... Wait. Come in for a bit. I open the door fully and he shrugs and turns around and stands in the doorway, but he makes no attempt to come into the flat. Instead, he raises his hand like a kid at school trying to attract the teacher's attention. The thing is that it works. I can't believe it, but this fucking prick actually makes me feel like I want to cuddle him and say, There, Sonny, come to bed, let me fuck you. Nicky, I'm trying to straighten myself out, he says, eyes twinkling sadly. I'm no good to you until I do. I thought that I was further down the road to getting myself sorted than I thought, but I can tell by the look in your eyes that I've still got a long way to go. Simon, I can hear myself bleat, the sound seeming to come from somebody else. If only you'd ease up a little. Like on the cocaine? It always brings out the worst side of you? I think about what I've just said, and it occurs to me in horror that I've never known him when he wasn't on the cocaine. Now is evidently no exception. Exactly correct, he suddenly barks. Then his eyes go big and soulful again, and he says, Nicky, I'm drowning here. You make me want to be a better person, and with your love, I know I could be that person, he says softly, as I note the beads of drug sweat on his brow. There's that horrible, beautiful moment, that bittersweet impasse where you know that somebody is bullshitting you, but they're doing it with such panache and conviction. No, it's because they say exactly what you want to hear, need to hear at that point in time. He's standing framed by the doorway, his arm extended with his full weight on it. He's not like Colin, not like the rest. He's not like the rest because he's fucking irresistible. Come in, I almost whisper.
"64. Just playing. The hangover's pure kicking in, and I'm taking a walk into town to clear the nut. Up past St Andrews, where they're building a new bus station. The old one was a dump, and the last time I was in it was ages ago. In fact, it was when me, Rent's, Sick Boy and Franco and Second Prize were going down to London with all that smack on us. Pure paranoia, man. Pure paranoia. Healthy stretch for that uniff collared, too right. Nae sun, man. The punters are all wrapped up against the dull and drizzle and the cold wind, but they seem to be coming at you from all angles with their shopping bags. Aye, that shopping greed fever is pure in evidence up here today, man. I'm walking to think, man, to think about the Dostoevsky cat, how it was the perfect crime. The nippy old moneylender that nobody liked or missed, just like the dirty nonce Chizzy. Pure boz that was in the paper, Ken, 2 young boys, Charlie at Nichols' bar goes. Bet you Begbie pure put the fangs into his neck, man. No, Chizzy'll no be missed, no a beast. Just like a junkie, won't he? 'Cause that's where the Raskolnikov cat messed up. He was still around, still in the basket and ready to crack under the psychological pressure because he killed somebody else. But I'll no be around to crack up. This crime will no benefit me, it'll benefit the nearest and dearest. I finds myself in Rose Street and I sees him. He's all excited, his hands are swinging about and his head goes back in a big horsey laugh. Now he's holding his side with one hand and the other's gone round this lassie's shoulder. Been trying to contact the boy on his moby, get a beer, tell him that I need Zappa back, 'cause I missed the gage. Rent's bird and that lassie's sick boy's hanging out with, they've got him. Aye, they're a really close foursome and all that shite. Mind you, I can't see Rent's and his bird going in for all that swinging stuff, but you never know. Rent's maybe, aye, but this lassie seems a bit straight for that. You think, maybe aye, maybe no. Thing is, Rent's kent this wee honey back in the day, I'm sure of it. Now they're walking arm in arm together. Rents doesn't seem to care, or believe the danger about the beggar. Probably doesn't even ken the rumours about what happened to Chizzy. "Spud! All right, man," he says and gives me a big hug. "This is Diane." She looks at me like she's trying to place me, then steps forward and kisses my cheek, and I respond. "All right, doll, how's things?" asks the lassie. "Not bad, what about you?" she asks all breezy, and aye, this is a wee honey and all, man. Not the kind of bird you associate with Rents. He always seemed to go for the troubled type of lassie, goth or new agey sort of chicks with slash marks on their wrists that I talked about healing and growth all the time. I was drawn to the dark side, that cat. "Well, man, still swirling around in the old Leith vortex," I sort of rap. Rents has sort of changed, man. Once upon a time he'd get into that with me, now it's just an indulgent wee smile for his simpleton pal. "You been to the football lately?" he asks. "Aye, I got my sister's fella's season. That Sosie boy's excellent," I tell the cat. Renton looks thoughtful for a while. "Aye, I don't know if I like the idea of following a winning team, but too sheepish, too unhip," he goes, in a way whether you didn't care if he's serious or no. "Yeah, that's why I support Hearts," that wee Diane laughs, looking up at him, all sort of indulgent. This is a cute kitten whose face changes completely in a smile. "All that's over now, baby. Those dark days have gone. Consider the Jambo albatross around your neck well and truly shot dead." Rents laughs as they pure jostle each other in the street. "How long are you over here for?" I ask him. It was meant to be a couple of weeks, but I'm sort of thinking about staying over for a bit. You fancy a beer?" So we go into one of the weekender and tourist bars for a few peeves. While Diane's up at the dookie, Rents whispers, "I've been meaning to gie you a phone to get a drink, but I didn't want to be, well, around town with certain parties on the prowl." He screws his face up. "Better watch, man, you ken what I mean," I whisper. The rent boy smiles like he doesn't care. Maybe he doesn't. It seems to me that he doesn't really realise how cracked Franco is. We depart, heading their separate ways, them wherever, and it seems to be a secret locale, me pure back to Portside and to my mate Begbie's. 'Cause now this is all coming together in my head. The bus station, the scam, Dostoevsky, Renton and Begbie. It's funny though, man, but Renton's got what I want. He's got Begbie exactly where I want him. So I'm heading downhill to Leith, thinking about how if you come for Leith, you really belong to two towns, Leith and Edinburgh, rather than just one. The old port stretches out before me, dank and damp as the sodium street lights kick in, flooding the bruns and greys and dark blues with white, yellow and orangey glares. I'm thinking that we're just that bit further south than St. Petersburg. And maybe this is what it felt like to that Raskolnikov gadget. Down the walk, passing all the pubs, so inviting as somebody spills out, full of loud chatter and music and laughter and smoke and the odd shout. Past the chippies with drunks and couples and groups of wee radges outside them. Past the bus stops with nervous old wifeys maybe going home back out to a scheme miles away after a bingo session, and the old drunks and all. Punters we haven't lived in Leith for decades but are still drawn here, still Leithers through and through. I turns off into Lorne Street and gets up to Begbie's stair and raps the door. I can hear noises at the other side, like somebody's ready to leave. The door opens and it's that big Lexo cat, and he's heading out. "Mind what I says?" Begbie shouts to him, face all stiff, and the big boy Lexo just nods back, pushing past me, nearly knocking us over. Begbie watches him go down the stairs and looks at me for a second, for the first time, really, and goes in, nodding at me to do the same. I follow him and shut the door behind us. "That cunt had better watch his step. I'll fucking well kill that big cunt, I'm telling you, Spud," he says, going into the kitchen. He opens the fridge and pulls out 2 cans of lager and hands us one. "Cheers, Catboy," I goes, looking around. "Sound gaff? I think I can smell a bairn here. There's a whiff of pish and powder." Then a youngish lassie, no bad looking, but with quite a worried face, comes through and nods to me, but Begbie doesn't introduce us. He lets her get an iron for a cupboard and waits till she goes out. Fucking Lexo trying to pay us off with fucking sweeties. I got the cunt fucking tilt. I goes to him, "Me and you was partners," until I heard fucking different. Franco's chopping out some lines of ching now. "He just stopped seeing us in the jail. Never said nought about the fucking Thai cafe or the partnership being fucking well dissolved. That means that half of the fucking cafe's mine. He fucking well turns round to me and starts going on about all the debts he had to pay off to set the fucking cafe up, but I just turns round and says to the cunt, "We're no talking about fucking money here, we're talking about fucking mates. It's the fucking principle of the thing." I'm looking at a big bread knife on the chopping board, on the worktop. It would be perfect, man. But no here. No with that lassie and her bairn in the house. I takes a line. "That's the fucking last of the ching," he goes, and pulls out a Moby. "But I'll get some more." "Nah, I've got some up at mine's. Chum us round. We'll pick it up then get a beer." "Barry, you cunt," Franco goes, flinging on his jacket. He shouts through to his bird, "That's me fucking gone out for a bit, right?" And I follow him, and we're out of the door. He's still going on about Lexo. "That cunt! He'd better watch his fucking step or I'll fucking kill the big cunt." I'm sort of trembling inside, but no that fear. Maybe it's the ching. So I goes, "Aye, you can do that alright, Franco. You did the Donnelly, boy." Franco stops in his tracks in the street and gives us a stare that's just pure Arctic, man. That was his manslaughter sentence. It was him or Donnelly. Everybody said it. And Franco had bad injuries. Plunged twice, 'cause the boy tried to do him with a sharpened screwdriver. "What the fuck are you saying?" "Now, Franco, come on. Let's just get this ching and then I'll take you for a drink, man." Begbie looks at us for a second and starts moving off and we head up to mine. We get up the stair and I'm making a show of looking through my pockets for a ching. I goes into the kitchen and lays out some knives. I'm hoping that this gadge is quick. "Come in here, Franco," I shouts. Franco comes through to the kitchen. "Where's that fucking ching then, you useless cunt?" "Aye, you did that, Donnelly," I goes. "You didn't ken half of it, Spud," he laughs, all creepy like. And then he snaps on his Moby. "I'll get some gear, ya useless fucker." Then he's punching numbers in. "Chizzy the Beast," I goes. Franco snaps the phone shut. "What are you fucking well up to?" Begbie's startled, and he looks at me. And he could chill over Hades with that look, man. You see the eyes and it's just like there's nae skin to you anymore, man. Nae clothes, you're just a beaten, pumping mass of blood which is just about to lose its shape and just spill to the flare. Maybe it's the coke and the nerves, but I'm telling the Begbie cat the story, the plan, and how he'd be doing me a favour, but he's livid, man, just pure livid, so I decides that it's plan B. I nod at the blades laid out on the table, and I goes, "Hey, Franco, man, I forgot to give you something." "What?" And I rams the nut into his face, man, but I hit his mouth instead of his beak. For a split second, I feel that charged up way, and I almost get what the Begbie boy sees in this violence gig. I stand there in a fighting pose just looking at him. To my shock, he doesn't steam us. He touches his lip, sees blood on his finger. Then he stands and looks at me for a bit. "You fucking sick cunt," Begbie spits, then leaps forward and smashes the head into my face. I'm toppling back as this shard of pure pain like white electricity seems to shoot right to the centre of my brain. I'm being hit again and I sort of find myself on the flare without minding the falling. My eyes are full of water and his boots flies into me and I can't breathe and I'm puking up. My body's shaking in shock and there's blood going down the back of my throat. I didn't want this. "Just do it quick. Do it quick," I groan. "I'm not gonna fucking kill you. You're not gonna fucking die. If you try to get me to fucking well kill you, you're fucking dead. You're fucking..." Begbie freezes for a minute as I force myself to look up and try to focus on him. It's like he's going to laugh, but he screws up his face and punches the wall. "You fucking cunt! We didn't give up. We're fucking Hibs. We're fucking Leith. We didn't fucking do shite like that." He sort of pleads and goes softly, "Letting every cunt down, Spud." Then he looks all fucking mental again. "I see your fucking game. I see your fucking game, trying to fucking well use me, you cunt." I try to pull myself up on my elbow, try to get it together. "Aye, I want to die. It's likes of me that Renton gave the money to, no you. He held out on you. I spent a lot on junk." I can't see him now though. I can just see the kitchen strip light, but I can feel his stare. "You... I ken what you're trying to do." "Spend a fucking lot, man." I smile through my pain. "Sorry, catboy." Franco wheezes like I've kicked him in the stomach, and I'm going to say more when I feel this blow to the side of my face and there's this awful crack like my jaw's broken. The pain's sickening but sort of deadening. Then I can hear his voice in that weird sort of plead again, man. "You've got Alison and the bairn. How will it affect them if you die, you selfish wee cunt?" He's booting me, and they're just raining in, but I can't feel them. I'm thinking about it now. Alison, wee Andy, and I'm minding to that summer, the two of us by the shore of the water of Leith. Her in that summer maternity dress, me patting her lump, feeling the wee kicks of the bairn. Me saying to her, with tears of joy in both her eyes, that kid's going to do all the things that I've never done. Then it's like in that hospital, when I'm hugging him for the first time, her smile, his first step and his first word, which was Dad. I'm seeing all this, and I want to live. Franco's right, man. He's right. I raise a hand and gasp. You're right, Franco. You're right. I groan, but with all my heart. Thanks, mate. Thanks for sorting us out. I want to live. I can't see Franco's face. It's all just swirling darkness. No, with my eyes I can't, but with my mind I can. And it's cold and evil. And I hear him say, "Too late for that now, you cunt. You should have fucking well thought about that before you fucking got wide and tried to fucking yase us." And he sinks the boot in again. And I'm trying to moan out, man, but it's like I'm away and nothing's working and I'm slipping. It's dark. Then there's cold and I'm being slapped awake and I'm thinking that it's hospital, but it's Franco's face. "Wakey, wakey, cunty boys. Didn't he want you to miss the fucking fun? 'Cause you're going to die alright, you cunt. But it's going to be fucking slow." And a fist goes into my face again and all I can see is Alison smiling at us. and the wee man, and I'm thinking about how I'll miss them, and then I hear Ali screaming, "Danny, what's happening? What you doing to him, Frank?" She's in the house with the bairn, and, oh no, and Begbie's roaring back at her, "He's fucking sick. He's a fucking sick cunt, and I'm the only fucking normal cunt in this place. Get him till." Then he's off, out the door, and Ali's greeting, she's doing cradle in my head. "What happened, Danny? Was it the drugs?" I'm spitting blood. I'm misunderstanding. That's all. I looks up at the bairn. He's greeting now, off fear. "Uncle Frank and me, we were just playing, pal. Just playing." I'm trying to keep my head up, try to be brave for them, but pain's everywhere and everything is spinning slowly, and I feel myself going under and blacking out, falling into a whirling dark